didn't make
Want
it
to be the attorney today.
to other stuff last. Sorry, I didn't make it to the ADA thing. I was doing other stuff last Saturday.
Thanks, Kelly.
Great turnout. Great turnout.
Speaking of which,
The Dems were there.
it's a bad
How
start.
does that impress the ADA?
Because Ashley and I.
It's nice how you have each other's backs.
Team.
Team.
We could just all play mix it up.
Teamwork
and
makes the
see if-
dream.
Like, if people could know who we are.
We ID'd, okay. Okay.
All this room this time because the mayor's there.
More of an April 1st, not October 18th.
All right. Welcome. This is Iowa City Council work session agenda for October 18th, 2022 at 4 p.m. Welcome, everyone, and we will begin our work session with a presentation by Julie Seidel Johnson on the Recreation Facilities and Programs Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, council members. Julie Seidel Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm here to talk to you tonight and walk you through the proposal for the Recreation Facilities and Programs Master Plan. As you can imagine, I know you've had a lot of input and a lot of correspondence from the public about this plan. It's been something that people have been talking about. As Parks and Rec Director, the biggest part of me says, yay, we're talking about Parks and Rec. That's awesome. But in this case, there's a lot of information out there that is maybe not accurate or doesn't follow what you're actually looking at as the proposal tonight. So I'd really like to walk you through this, talk to you about the process, how we got to where we're at, remind you of what the master plan is actually, what steps we're at, and what comes down the line and how this is all laid out to work. So as we go, I'll kind of have it in different sections, and please, ask questions if you want during the presentation. It is kind of long, but I'll try to keep you entertained and going through the whole thing. This presentation builds on the one that you saw back in June from myself and the consultant team. We had the consultant team from Barry Dunn who worked on this plan with us, and the first thing that's not working is, okay. So the Barry Dunn consultant team is a consulting team based out of Boston. The staff that we worked with was primarily out of the Chicago area. We worked with Williams Architects, which is out of Chicago. The WT group, John McGovern, has done a lot of ADA assessment work here in the community. He tells us his granddaughters swim at City Park all the time, so he's very invested and interested in what's happening here in Iowa City. And then Hitchcock Design Group, which previously did work for the city with the East Side Sports Complex Master Plan and then the Lower City Park Adventure Place. So we had a really great team. More importantly than that, at the start of this process, when we interviewed consulting firms, we had every major Parks and Recreation consulting firm in the country. And for those of you that don't know how many that is, it's 5 or 6. But they were all very interested in coming to work here in Iowa City because we are a little ahead of the curve on a lot of things. And we asked them to do things a little bit differently for this master plan that challenged them, and we felt that Barry Dunn was the one that was the best one to help us go through that process. The scope of the plan, as any master plan, this one in particular looked at recreation programs. It looked at our outdoor athletic facilities, so baseball, softball, soccer, pickleball, tennis, the active outdoor athletic facilities, the 2 recreation centers, Robert A. Lee and Mercer Scanlon, City Park Pool, and then the 2 indoor swimming pools. What's not on the list, it did not look at any of our neighborhood park facilities. As I think you all know, those were covered in the 2016 Park Master Plan that we've been implementing ever since then. So this was one thing that was different than other communities. Very often those are all combined into one plan. This one was a behemoth just for us to look at recreation facilities and programs, so I don't know how we would give all of those things equal justice. So this was just the recreation side. It is a 10-year vision and a direction-setting document. More for the public, this is not a binding decision or a binding acceptance on any of these things. What we do is the projects that are proposed and the directions that are proposed, if they're facility-based, they come back to you as part of the capital planning process, capital budget planning process each year. A project gets approved in the capital planning process, then an architect or landscape architect is selected to help staff with the work. And then we go through a whole nother public input process, similar to what we did, but specific for the facility. So with each of those parks in the master plan, the Parks Master Plan laid out a plan over 10 years that was, how do we address and renovate all 50 parks? Systematically, we've been going through 3 or 4 of those parks each year, and as you know, with each one, we go out and have a neighborhood meeting. We have an online input form. We may have a second meeting. We have the Parks Commission weigh in on it, and then it comes back to you for approval. So there's a public process that happens with each one of these projects. We are at no means at the end of the public process on anything in the master plan. So summary of the things that the executive summary lays out and that we're looking for council. If you accept the plan tonight, these are the more specific things and the scope of what is entailed in that. For the outdoor athletic fields, we're looking at Mercer ball fields and pickleball court being the top priority, followed by future renovations of Napoleon Kickers, City Park, and continued consideration of East Side Sports Complex in the future. This one we're a little ahead because, as you know, we already have the design contract initiated, and we actually have a kickoff meeting later this week for determining the public input process for those facilities. The next step that we're looking at is ongoing changes to our recreation program and adjustments based on the public input that was received. Several of those things, we started this public process over a year ago. So some of the comments we received, we actually changed things almost as soon as we got the comments because we were like, great idea, let's do that. So you'll see recreation programs and events constantly changing, but covered in this report. Decentralization of recreation program spaces. This one is a little broader concept in that there isn't a corresponding capital item at this time, but this would look at additional indoor recreation spaces away from the 2 rec centers to help move some of the recreation programming out into the parks. Think of it as kind of a step up from an indoor shelter, not a full rec center, but a indoor space that's usable year-round. Some of the first ones we're looking at would possibly be in the Weatherby area, maybe a partnership with a nonprofit down there, or if we move forward with City Park Pool and changes to the bathhouse there, actually adding an indoor recreation space there as well. City Park Pool. We'll have a lot of information coming up on this one, but here's what you're actually looking at tonight. The plan does recommend replacing the pool, and I want to be really clear about that. There's a lot of conversation about should we take the concrete out of the basin or not. The plan will recommend that we start fresh, we take the concrete out, and we rebuild. Could be in the same exact shape that it's in now, but the concerns with the structure and the leakage and the piping underneath is such that we've been kicking the can down the road for quite a while. If you want a pool that's going to last for another 50, 60, 70 years, this plan says it's time to really address that and look at building a new pool. Lots of other decisions coming down the road with that, and we'll talk through that later in this presentation. It goes through an extensive design process in end of 23 and through probably 24, with construction not until 2025. And you say, well, what if we start that process and we find out differently, that maybe we don't need to replace the entire basin? Okay, let's consider that too. But right now it's pointing to the fact that we should do that. The fifth one, Mercer Scanlon, replacing the roof, continuing with annual maintenance repairs as planned there, and then consider expanding it with gym, indoor walking track, warm water pool, and accessible hot tub in 2026 or beyond. So after City Park Pool, come back, consider this, and then also consider the next bullet point, which would be the future of the Robert A. Lee Pool. Same thing, continue with annual maintenance things, continue with some of the regular things that need to be done to keep it operating. Track and report the attendance. And this says at Robert A. Lee, we would actually do this Mercer and Robert A. Lee. Report it each month to the Park Commission, and then consider the future of the pool in 2026 or beyond. So once again, after the City Park decisions are made, and we're through that. And then finally, continue to monitor housing developments on the far west side, so past 218, some of the areas we've been talking about with Carson Lake or some of those developments. Once those become reality, looking at what recreation possibilities or needs are out there as well. So those are the actual summary of things that you're being asked to accept tonight. So what's not on that list that you've probably heard a lot about? A design for the new city park pool. That's not on the list for acceptance tonight. We have a concept design, but the actual pool design is not in there. Closing Robert A. Lee Pool, not in the acceptance of this plan tonight. Making the additions at Mercer, not in the plans tonight. Continuing to evaluate and look at those recreation needs, yes. A vision of how we can do that differently and serve our public differently in the future, yes. But specific items and specific diagrams of different things, no. Is there any questions about that before I go any further?
I do have a question that's just one before that, when you were talking about the order of events. And
Yeah.
I know that Parks and Rec Commission recommended that after saying that City Park Pool gets changed,
Yeah.
one way somehow, right? That at that point, Mercer, Scanlon, and Robert A. Lee would be considered together in order to figure out the priority, correct?
Yeah,
And
and that's-
because that would dictate then what changes might be happening.
And that's kind of why those two bullet points
Or
both
kind of-
say together, and they both say 2026 or beyond.
Okay.
So you would look at those together, yeah.
I have a question, Julie, just about the other, I think it was another recommendation from Parks and Rec relating to like the aquatics section of the plan itself, which aquatics is throughout and in all kind of elements of the plan interspersed. So do you understand what their intention was with that recommendation?
So I have them right here. So I think you're talking about the motion that says, recommend the council approve a vision of all areas shown for the MPAC or Mercer Scanlon master plan with the exception of the aquatics portion. So they were
Correct.
specifically talking about the Mercer Scanlon building. They like the ideas of the
Okay.
expansion of the wellness facilities, the gym, the walking track, those type of things. But they wanted to make sure that the pool needs were considered at the same time as the future of Robert A. Lee.
And it indicated the vision, was that limited to the section in the plan that actually specifies vision? Do you know?
I think it was, they meant, and Missy Forbes will be here to speak
Okay.
on behalf of the Parks Commission at the regular meeting, so you
Okay,
can ask
great.
her too. I think they were specifically talking about the future vision for Mercer Scanlon.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So the influencing factors on the overall master plan. So back to the start of this master plan, we did not go out saying, what should we do with our indoor pools? What should happen to that? We said, what can we do better to serve our community with our recreation facilities and programs? And when we talked with all the different consultants that we brought on board, we said, here's something that's a little different that's emerging in Iowa City ahead of a lot of other communities, but we have equity as a focus. We have access to our programs as a focus. Climate change is one of our main visions and goals, and we want to make sure those things are included in the recreation plan. I don't know of any other city that's done that yet, so that made our plan a little different and a little, I think, forward-thinking. I'm going to talk about those things in the next slide, so I'm going to move on down to some of the other realities that we have right now. And worker shortage and national lifeguard shortage are the next two things. Since the pandemic, I think we're all aware of the worker shortage overall. This hits us in full-time positions for maintenance, parks positions, but lifeguards. And the lifeguards thing is more of a national shortage, and I think we're going to see this in two parts. Right now, we see it as a result of the pandemic and people maybe not wanting to work and not wanting to do jobs where there's that close personal contact if they needed to do a rescue or needed to teach swimming, some of those kind of things. I think some of this is we're lucky here. We've gotten you approved a larger, higher wage, which has helped us keep a pretty good staff. Kate, our aquatic supervisor, does all kinds of unique things with how she trains staff and how she schedules them and things that are really like immediate draws to get us from the lifeguard staff that's out there now, the pool of lifeguards. Looking down the road, though, and seeing what's happening around us, it's the bigger question of how many kids learn how to swim. Quite honestly, we are not going to have as big a pool as lifeguards in the future. We're worried about that in that we're asking them to come in proficient in swimming, and with it not being taught in schools, and with it, swimming lessons compete with dance classes and soccer practice and baseball and basketball and everything else that parents are trying to run their kids to right now. It's going to be a tough go. So what that means for us is, no, we're not giving up. I love aquatics, and I think there's a great future, and I think lifeguarding is an awesome first job for kids to enter the workforce with. But it does mean we have to be smart in how we build our facilities. And for the first time, we're saying to swimming pool architects, not only do we want things that are really cool and fun and all that, but do it in a way that uses the fewest lifeguards possible and keeps the safety level high. So that's a really different thing that this plan looks at that I don't think any other plan has looked at until recently. And then finally, there's been some desire for larger indoor spaces. This plays out more with these satellite recreation facility areas or the Mercer-Scanlon improvements. So some of the difficult questions, and maybe difficult's not the right word, maybe it's unique questions that we used in this process. First of all, and the reason I want to go through these is because these terms have been brought back to us in public comment. And I think that their versatility in these comments is as versatile as their use in normal public language. But here's what we meant. We said we want a plan that looks at equity in our community. Specifically, how do we get out and contact historically underserved populations, people that haven't felt welcomed in our facility, maybe they're lower income, maybe they're new immigrants. What can we do to really make sure that their voices are heard? And there was very much, we'll get to that, but a big part of our efforts in phase one was to do just that. Secondly, we have this word access. And in terms of this plan, access means three different things. We talk about access as in true ADA access, or accessibility for people using mobility devices or that are vision impaired or have cognitive differences in cognitive functions. What can we do that makes our facilities so that people can get into them, that can get into the water in swimming pools as independently as possible, as inconspicuously as possible if they have a caregiver with them? How do we make it so that's a seamless process and so that they can use our facilities? And then how do they have comfort navigating? Do we have different levels of water, different types of water, and specifically in the aquatic centers? And then getting to fully compliant locker rooms and pool decks. The access then to location is kind of the more traditional access. How do people drive there? How much does it cost to park? Is parking convenient? Can they take the bus? Can they walk? Can they bicycle? We've had lots of comments about that kind of access. And then the final access is about entry and program fees. And we've been doing a lot to reach out to make sure that our programs are accessible to people of all income levels, have quirky work schedules, have difficulty getting their kids to different programs. So we're trying to hit those access things on all levels. The final one that's not really talked about in this slide is for the LGBTQ community. We have a lot of staff from this category that work for us, and we've said, what's wrong with our facilities? And the restrooms and the shower facilities come up time and time again. So moving towards more of a single user, changing space, places where you don't have to walk into a facility and decide, do I go on the male or female side? There's other options. Or if you're walking in with a father with his young daughter, you've got a changing space you can use. Things that make it more universal for all of our users. And finally, what about climate action, and what does it have to do with parks and recreation? When we look at redoing any of our facilities, we're looking at things like water use, not only how much water we put into a pool to fill it, but how efficient are we at filtering it and keeping the same water in there? How much does that cost for chemicals, and what kind of chemicals do we have to use? Utilities, everything in our facility from water-saving fixtures to LED lights to possibly solar or other alternative energy uses. I know here in Iowa City we've been talking about this for a long time. Adding it to a recreation facilities plan might be the first time in the whole country this has been done. And the fact that we said this was important as we looked at our facilities. So just noting those as some differences. Now, more specifically, how did using this equity lens change our process? How is this different? And maybe why are you getting the level of responses that you've gotten in the last few weeks or months? What was different about using this equity lens? Well, first of all, we had a lot of specific and additional outreach specifically for residents who haven't historically used our facilities, our city recreation facilities. Kind of the same list I just went through. Historically disadvantaged people of color, recent immigrants, residents whose primary language is not English. Our initial efforts for the master plan input went out in 5 different languages. Our surveys had options to be translated. Our website had options to be translated. We went out to community groups that serve those different populations. There was a huge effort to try to reach the people that don't just walk in the doors every day at our facilities. Residents in lower-income neighborhoods, and there's a whole lot of other things that maybe make people feel not welcome in our traditional rec center. Maybe it's the way they dress. They want to swim, but they have religious preferences that say they need to wear a certain garment. Things like that we can look at. We also collaborated with community groups who successfully serve residents from these categories. So a lot of outreach in our steering committee and some of our focus groups on that. And then actually weighting the responses so as to acknowledge the barriers have quieted some of these voices in the past. Way different than a lot of other master plans. It's not just all about the numbers in every survey and the number of people that responded. It was looking at some of the responses we got from these quieter voices and saying, how do we amplify those so that their needs get captured in this overall plan? And then finally, taking actions that bring equity to rec services and facilities, creating facilities that are welcoming to a broader range. So swimming lessons. We have this goal of every child learns how to swim. So Kate's been working through some very generous donations to work with some of the after-school programs from the South District and some of the other schools. Here's what we found. We had to provide transportation. Not a big deal. I mean, we figured that one out. We got the kids there. We ended up having to provide swimsuits, and in some cases, laundering those swimsuits. So it takes a few extra steps, and once we get them in the program, their families come with them. We offer some less expensive weekend times, things that we can do to try to reduce the barriers to bring more people into our programs and facilities. So let's go through what the community engagement was. Okay, so what's on the screen went out in all the water bills about 14 months ago. We announced the first phases of the public input. We had a number of just drop-in events where people could drop in, no invitation needed. We were at things like Soda Fest, am I saying that right? That was in the north side, along with our Oktoberfest. We were at the doggy paddle. We went out to the dog parks. We were at City Park Pool in the last 2 weeks. It was open, not this summer, but the summer before. We had displays at both recreation centers in the lobbies and had paper forms available there for people to fill out anytime they walked in. We also did several very popular days in the library, in the little walkway through the library, where we caught a lot of families over there too. So we went out and we really tried to catch people where they were. We tried to catch people that use our programs and that don't. Then we specifically went out to neighborhoods that we felt were underserved or lower income, and we did specific events in those areas as well. The engagement types that we had, and this is where it's gotten a little confusing for everyone, so let me just take a minute to walk through this. Phase 1, where we had much more of the equity focus, we had focus groups, which were groups like we had aqua fitness participants, we had like swim team and youth athletic associations, we had nonprofits, we had religious groups, we had other community groups that serve diverse neighborhoods. We had 10 of those type of meetings where the consultants gathered input. We had the pop-up events that I just talked about. We did a statistically valid survey. It's not all about the numbers, I just said that. it's kind of about the numbers with the statistically valid survey. We hired a company that did a mail-out survey. You had options when you got it to either mail it back in or to do it online, and they tracked the responses, so they got a response base that matched our demographics in terms of race, in terms of income, and in terms of location in the city. So we really feel like the statistically valid survey gives us some realistic information that's a broader reach to all of our residents. Are they all users of rec facilities? We actually don't know. Probably not. But it gives us that kind of baseline of what does the full community think of some of these topics. That same survey, once we reached that point of having the demographic mix that matched our community demographics, was then made open to the general public. Anyone that wanted to fill it out online could fill it out online, or we had it paper copies available in the rec centers. And there was 216 people that took advantage of that. Interestingly, the feedback on those two, the statistically valid and the public survey, weren't that far off and that different. A little different in public survey, which you'll see, and our consultants told us that was pretty typical in communities, that actually whether you do statistically valid or you do the just open-ended, on the broad sense, yes, once you get to a specific facility or specific program, it tends to lean towards interest groups or really high-level advocates in some of those areas. So, and the final thing, we had a community engagement website that was open to anyone to give their ideas, to give their feedback. It was called Social Pinpoint. A lot of people participated in that. This is where you saw the pickleball players come out. For every question that we asked in there, whether or not it had anything to do with pickleball, there was pickleball answers over it. So that's an example of where we had one group really advocating for one thing and found a way to do it, even if the questions really didn't have anything to do with pickleball. But we got a lot of feedback. So we took that phase one feedback. The consultants took it. They compared it against other communities. They kind of melded it all together. Came back to our steering committee, talked through it with the steering committee, some staff members. That's where the phase one recommendations came from. And that's what we focused on mostly in what we've presented to you and to the public is phase one recommendations. But that's not where the story stops. Because of this being such a large process and because there were some surprises to everyone involved in phase one, we wanted to make sure we gave the public a chance to have comments afterwards. So that's where you get to phase two. As I mentioned in phase one, we didn't go out to ask the question of what should we do with the indoor pools? We asked the questions of what can we do differently with our services that might serve the public better and might fit our future better based on a lot of other factors like staffing and the conditions of the facilities and all those things. So that's some pretty big changes to say that maybe in the future we want to do aquatics differently. So those came out in phase one recommendations. The commission has only recommended the phase one recommendations to you. So I want to make sure the public has said, hey, wait, commission approved this before all the public comment in phase two. Well, yeah, because they were recommending phase one. I think the best way to think of phase two comments is this is what we build on as we move forward with the recommendations from phase two. As we go into each of the specific planning cycles for each of these items, we've gotten a whole lot of information from phase two. Some of it is stuff we've been able to act on right away. Some of it is longer term as we look at the future of the facilities. But phase two started with the Public Works open house. We had input and surveys there. We once again did press releases, let everyone know the information was out there. We hosted 2 open houses. And then once again, the community engagement website was available. No direct focused outreach on this phase. This is all self-selected, people that had largely specific interests in various parts of the plan. And you've seen that through a lot of this feedback. Doesn't mean it's not valid at all. I mean, we've got a lot of people with a lot of passionate thoughts about where the futures are going, and we want to capture those. I think those all play into the vision as we move forward, though. We don't want to lose sight of what the broader recommendations were in phase one, but I think we can use the phase two ones to help shape those as we go forward. Some of the other high-level investment priorities that came specifically from the Statistically Valid survey. In the rec center, that's hard to read, we talked about there was a need for more adult wellness things. So indoor walking track or jogging track, an additional gym at Mercer Scanlon, weight room or fitness room coming back. We used to have a very small one there, maybe doing that again, and meditation yoga studio space possibly. The outdoor pool amenities. Here's the interesting part about this, and we'll talk about how we thought about what was keeping City Park character the same. Here, when we asked people what was most important, it was shade, deck chairs, lap lanes of things that we already had, and then lazy river, which we'll talk about why that's not in the future recommendations, at least at this point. But in this survey, the things that people enjoyed seemed to be more about the atmosphere when they went to the pool, the overall experience, rather than a particular shape or type of swimming, other than lap swimming, obviously. Recreation programming, more in the adult fitness area, more nature programming. People love the farmers market, more adult art classes. Once again, some of those things have already been implemented right now. Pool programs, water fitness classes were very popular, lap swimming, senior aquatic programs, which kind of relates back probably to a lot of the aqua fitness and arthritis classes, and then swimming lessons. So I'm going to walk you through very quickly the recreation assessment. So was there any questions before I go on about public input and how we did the public input process? Okay. So the recreation assessment looked at our programming mix, our events, our programming, everything from farmers market to swimming lessons to adult sports, youth sports, all that fun stuff that we offer. We found our core programs. Look at how big aquatics is. Aquatics, we agree, it's important to our community. That includes youth swim lessons, which is probably our number one, or it is our number one registered program. And also aqua fitness is in that level. And you can see smaller youth sports. That's partially because the Youth Sports Association take care of most of the larger soccer and those kind of leagues. But we do have quite a bit of youth sports. STEAM incorporates science, technology, engineering, art, and math into our recreation programming. That was something that was a highlight of our Parks Master Plan, adding more of that, so we've continued with that. The plan overall recommends expanding adult fitness and wellness activities, outdoor education, and then inclusive and adaptive programs. We have one of the largest inclusive and adaptive programs in the state. I think because Iowa City is home to a lot of group homes, a lot of the rural areas have people that come to live here for the services. So our used to be only Special Olympics. It's now more than that. It's now more skill development, social programs. Those kind of things are very important. In our enrollment, once again, we show aquatics as one of the top ones, youth sports, and events. We did a heat map to show where our participants come from. I'm happy with what we see here. So we get a really good mix of participants from across the entire community. If one area stands out as maybe fewer participants, it would be around the university downtown area. That's to be expected, though, because university students largely are probably recreating with university services rather than city parks and rec. But overall, we have a pretty good and average or even reach across all areas. And another thing that we did that is a first as far as this consulting team knew of any community is we specifically had our rec staff go through and rate each one of our programs on several different areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So this was everything from how many different places do we offer a program so you get access to it? Do we offer it in different languages? Do we offer it at different times of the day or different times of the week to promote better access? Gave us an internal score, and the idea is that we will go back to this periodically and work on increasing our new DEI score. So I think in 5 years you're going to hear about this as a national standard that we got to start here, which is kind of exciting for all of us, I think. So the key programming categories or the key thoughts that came out or priorities was fitness wellness, and that relates to the fitness and wellness spaces primarily at Mercer Scanlon, the indoor walking, jogging track, weight room, and fitness room. Young adult, active adult programs, same thing, mainly focused on wellness, but also with some arts and crafts in there too. Having inclusive and adaptive expansion, so having room for inclusive and adaptive spaces or programming areas. I don't know if you know this about our Halloween event that's coming up, our family Halloween event. For the hour and a half before the event starts, it's a quiet time for families that have sensory concerns, that want to come and experience the Halloween event, but without all the noise and the activities are all toned down so they can have an experience, but maybe one that's more tailored to their cognitive needs. Aquatic exercise, this is where the warm water pool recommendation comes for the addition at Mercer, along with more instruction in the pools. The teen program and cultural categories, multi-purpose rooms added, and then adding some additional programming spaces out in the communities. Teens are one of the hardest group to bring into the rec center, unless they come right from the middle school after school. But they don't want their parents to drive them. They want to get there by themselves. We think that adding some additional recreation spaces out in the community will make that easier. This is just a depiction of what the satellite facility could look like, to be determined, but basically a large multi-purpose recreation space, indoor restrooms, some office and storage space. So pretty simple satellite facility, probably not staffed full-time, but staff space for things like if there was day camp there, summer camp, that kind of thing. Outdoor athletic facilities. Looked at all of our outdoor active specific facilities. I won't go into this one in quite as much detail, but we'll certainly answer any questions. For each one of our facilities, Hitchcock Design Group came out, toured it with staff, talked with some of the youth associations and different user groups, and came up with a site condition index, listed out things, what's there now, what could be improved, specifically looking at ADA access, looking at condition and safety elements, and then also looking at things that people are requesting, like shade or more restrooms. And we came up with a large checklist for all of those different facilities that we'll be working from in the coming years. Phase 2, we asked people to help us prioritize which one would go first. Came back with Mercer, which, as I mentioned before, is already underway to start design on the redoing the baseball fields there. I'm going to start City Park Pool, but do you have any other questions before I? All right. So we're going to, once again, go through the report. Some of these slides you've seen before, some have been added to address some of the concerns or some of the issues we've heard from the public. I just want to say, first of all, it is very true. I think every single person on staff loves City Park Pool. That's been called out of how can that be true if you want to change it. We love the pool. We love seeing people active in our communities, and we want to make sure that we're able to do that well into the future. May not look exactly the same, but we think there's a real need to have this large outdoor aquatic center. We do love City Park Pool. We love the atmosphere up there. We love hearing people's memories of what it meant to them and where they first lifeguarded and how they used to look through the window, and that's a little creepy, but some of the things that memory comes with it. So we do take it from the point of view that it needs major renovation, and that most likely means taking out the cement and starting over with the pool basin. That comes from the very first part of the report where we had the architects and the pool people look at it. We also had, so there's a lot of people saying, one of those reports says you could spend $6,000 to $8,000 from an engineer to find out what's really wrong. We did that in 2017. We have it right here from Terracon, and their recommendations are almost exactly with what it says in the master plan, that there's a lot of short-term things you can do, but long-term, even they don't really know why it can't hold water and why it continues to shift the way it does, because it's such a unique construction, because where it's sitting is maybe different in the soils. We just don't know the full answer, but we do know that no matter what recommendations we followed, and we followed these every year, it still leaks, and there's ways to improve it that we think should happen. So I say that because in the phase one, as I said, we were asking more general questions there. The one specific question we did ask is we said, if money was the same, would you rather have a city park pool renovated to the same way it is now or to something new and different? So that was a specific question asked of city park pool. And here's the responses. In that statistically valid survey, 67% of the people that responded said that they'd like to have a new pool layout. When we did the events, and this was both at City Park Pool, because we did the last 2 weeks the pool was open, we did the lobbies of the rec centers, we did the dog paddle at the pool, same thing. 63% said they would rather have a new layout, and 32.7% said keep it the same. Online responses, which as you remember were open to anyone who wanted to respond, those came in a little differently. Almost 46% said same layout, 40.5% said new layout, so still close. Focus groups kind of tipped the other direction. 52% wanted new and 47%. Do I share this with you as a final answer? No. But the reason I'm sharing it is this is why you got a concept plan that showed a new layout, because we had data from phase one that said that's what the majority of people wanted to see. So when people have questioned, why in the world would you come out with a concept plan that looks so different? This is the reason for it, the start of it. Okay? Phase two, which is, once again, after the concept came out, the feedback's different, and you've had that quoted back to you several times, and we'll hit on that a little bit. But phase one tipped towards the direction of saying, we enjoy City Park Pool, we want to keep it there, but we want it to look maybe a little differently, that meets our needs a little bit differently. And I think that, let's go through some of the quick assessment. We've been through this several times before. But the biggest things that are issues with the current pool is the water loss from the pool vessel. It continues to be somewhere in that 30,000 to 35,000 gallons per day. That's about 3.5 inches of water from the surface every day, and it gets worse each year as the season goes on. So let me back up to the Terracon report and what it said to do. It said to go through and evaluate all the joints, any of the concrete spalling each spring, have a professional company. We have Mount Vernon Construction come in every spring. They blow out the cracks, the caulking lines, they re-caulk it with swimming pool level caulk, and then we go in and we repaint with dynamic paint to seal that. We do that every single spring. It takes 2 to 3 weeks of our, pretty much every maintenance staff from government buildings gets to go get some sunshine and work on getting that pool ready. So we don't know why that doesn't completely seal the pool, because it really should. That's what all the recommendations would say, at least temporarily. But we also know by end of the season we're losing just as much water. Let me show you. Let's hope that our technology works here. We have a video from yesterday. Of course, it's not going to work. Give me just a second here. Okay, Kelly, how do I switch screens?
close out of this
Okay,
one.
go ahead. And I will. Let's try this. Okay, sorry, that took a few minutes. We took drone footage and went out and took footage of what the pool shell looks like yesterday. Realized that this is shortly after we've drained the pool, before the winter season and the freeze thaw happens. But I think it gives some insight into where and why this pool shell is aging. So we'll start with just an overall look at the pool. Looks pretty cool without water in it, too, if you're a swimming pool nerd like I am. Here you can start to see some of the spalling. We have new paint, but it's cracked through that. Around the main drain, most of the caulking that was just put in last year has cracked away. You can see some of the other spaces where we're starting to see the degradation of the concrete. It's the smaller cracks and those kind of things that we think that that's where, especially at the joints, that it's soaking through. And something about the water table underneath the pool, typically you would have hydrostatic balance and the water would be pushing up at the same time it's pushing down from the pool. Here it's still not evened out for some reason, and we're still losing water through the entire season. It'll end with just a few, showing some of the more prominent. We only show a few, but these are kind of throughout the entire pool basin. Sorry. Okay. While I change the video, do you have questions about what you see in the video? I'm not an engineer, but I've got two of them sitting over here. No, just kidding.
Out of curiosity, what is the cost each spring for the, as so far unsuccessful attempts to try and reseal? Like, is there that 2-week period?
Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head. For instance, all of our staff time pretty much goes there. So that's like 10 full-time staff members that we put out there. We don't calculate that specifically as the cost. I know that the Terracon estimate had, and this would have been back in 2017, so their estimate for remove and replace existing pool finish and sealant through the joints was $10,000 plus an additional up to $120,000 depending on the amount of crack sealing. We aren't anywhere near that 120. And I hesitate to give you, I can get you that number that we spend every year because it's on just a few contracts and purchases, but I don't have that today.
My other question, is there any concern about for the water that's leaking out, is it doing anything to the substructure underneath the pool, the thing that the pool is resting on? Is that causing some washout sort of issues, or any knowledge about or any way to detect that?
We don't know. It's conjecture, but that's what every engineer that's looked at it is worried about. Not only from the pool shell, but the age and the condition of the pipes underneath. I don't have conclusive evidence. I'm sure that'll come up in your next correspondence, but that's just what people know of pools this age when we get to this. We do know we get wet spots outside of the pool and down the hillside, down into the main city park. Never quite been able to address exactly where those are coming from before they seal up. The pressures of the ground, change too, so, yeah.
Julie, I didn't see in there a recommendation, but I know in some of the letters we've gotten, there was talk about some type of pool liner that could be installed. Have you investigated that?
It's been an option that's been out there for quite a while. It's going to buy you some years. It's not going to fix the pool shell. So, and we don't, I think there's an estimate, I don't want to quote the number again, in the master plan. It's similar, with inflation to what was back in the earlier report. But 5 to 10 years, some sales reps will tell you 15. when they've looked at our pool, they come out and they go, whoa, this is huge. So it's not typically done in this large of pool. Not that it can't be, it's just not a long-term solution.
Thank you.
Okay, so the recommendations, these aren't changed from what you saw back in June from the consultants saying that with a pool that's 72 years old, it's not suitable long-term investments to continue making the intermittent repairs. He really would say that the best thing to do is to look at this long-term and what do you want to do to provide the next 50, 60, 70 years. Pool structure is at or approaching the end of its useful life. Plans should be made to replace. And the repairs and replacement could be done by the city to minimally extend the life of the pool. And once again, those are probably, some of those things will probably need to be done to extend it 3 years. But if you're looking 10 or 15 years, then yes, we want to do a little more expensive things. We'll need to look at more of what's going on in the pump house. It just depends on the time frame of when we'd be looking at renovations down the line. So, before I move on, any questions, any other questions about that part of it?
You mentioned when we were talking about the pool liner that engineers or other were surprised at the size of the pool. So is this an unusually large pool basin for a public pool?
Not for a public pool, but for a liner, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, the liners are more typically residential or hotel type. There are some done in larger facilities, I'm sure, but their typical use is a much smaller pool. Yeah. Okay, so one of the things that there's been a lot of public debate about is what does it mean with keeping the current aesthetic? And let me just walk you through what the consultants and we thought it meant at the end of phase 1, just to let you know where the recommendations came from. So first of all, as I showed in the phase 1 recommendations, the things people liked the most were shade, deck space, and space for chairs. So that tells you that it's the atmosphere of hanging out at the pool just as much as being in the water that people were interested in. They want to keep the shape of the fence line and the trees. And the fence line is not as important as the large trees. We just use the fence line as the marker because that's the easier thing to see and to maybe understand. Pool building architecture and facility and finishes to remain similar. That's what we assumed. Maybe that could change now. We're kind of getting some different feedback about that as well. Pool will remain flat water. So there was input that said, let's do more water park type features. Let's do lazy river. Let's have more of an aquatic center. We didn't feel like that was the primary thing that people wanted. They wanted to keep this a flat water, meaning without waves, without all the extra jazzy features. That it's a more quiet family experience. Diving boards, deep water, not always included in newer aquatic centers, so important that got noted here. Providing a mix of the lap lanes. Okay, so let me just say once again, we got the number of lap lanes wrong in that concept. We get it, okay? Get it, right? Thank you. You're welcome. I don't know what the perfect number is, and I think we need to hit on that in design. But there needs to be a mix of that versus family recreation space and different water depths. And then the master plan contract only included one concept. So that's another part of the question. People are like, how come you didn't go back in and change this? Well, it was a phase 1 concept design. That's all we had at this point in the contracts until we moved on to the full-on design process when we're ready to do construction. Here is the plan as it showed. The things that the consultants thought we were doing when we said, people said they still wanted a traditional pool. So that's why you still see the diving well and the rectangle shape of the lap lanes. Okay? The shape of the zero depth is a little different on this concept plan. Doesn't mean in the end it couldn't be a rectangle again. So that's still lots of options there. What it does do, though, is you remember back we talked about access and offering a whole lot of different ways for access. We want to do away with the pool lift chair. If you haven't done a pool lift chair to get into a pool, I invite you to come to Mercer or Robert A. Lee and ask the lifeguards to let you sit in the chair and be lowered into the water. It is not a great way to get into a pool, and we would rather have a way that people can access in and out on their own, using wheeled devices if they need to or want to, or having a caregiver with them, but independently access. And this one adds a ramp into the lap lanes, which had been one of the things that came out of input from lap swimmers. Is there another way, and water walkers, to get in that includes a ramp? It includes stairs into a diving well, which is fairly unusual in a diving well area. It includes stairs along the southern edge, which is stairs into kind of the intermediate 4.5, 5 foot of water. It adds a stair entry on the other side of that intermediate area. And then, of course, it has the zero depth, which people are becoming very familiar with for young children and all sorts of things. So it actually provides ramped access into all different areas of this pool, which is highly unusual in any aquatic facility. It also adds some options for solar. It adds an option to have a community rec space in a new bathhouse. It adds an option of having the restrooms move from what we call not old brick, the gray brick restrooms on Upper City Park would probably go away, and we would incorporate those outdoor restrooms into this facility so they could be heated and also help serve that indoor rec space, but then that has one less plumbing supply area in the park as well. The things that are made possible, I talked about the better water access, decreased amount of water. This goes back to the climate action goals. The architect that showed the difference between the current pool and the concept design showed a savings of 180,000 gallons less water to fill the new design. Is that significant in itself in the one time we fill it in the spring? Maybe not. I mean, any water savings is good, but it's the long-term treating the water, maintaining that amount of water. All of those things would be less throughout the entire operating season. Interestingly enough, the bather load doesn't change. So bather load is based on the surface area of the water and the depth and types of water. So the pool would be able to serve the same number of people, different mix of activities, but with less water. Yeah.
And so that was based, that amount of water saved was based on the concept, phase one concept.
Right.
So given that, I'm assuming then that less water would be saved if lap pools were expanded, or is that?
It's hard to say.
Right, so not necessarily, I mean, so it's.
Yeah. I think that lap lanes no longer need to actually go over the 10 or 12 feet of water. So if there's a way to build them in that 4.5 to 5 feet depth, there's some cubic savings right there. It's things
So
like
we would
that
still have some savings, just the idea of the way in which engineering and design now works. A new pool would allow us to have still water savings and the changes that
I
were.
think so. Most likely, depending on the final design. But you'd also have the water saving through different fixtures in the bathhouse and different showers and all those kind of other water saving, kind of low-hanging fruit things that we really haven't been able to have there. So,
Is it fair to assume that some of the water savings would be because you have zero entry and you have less really deep water, you have more water that's more shallow for both for access and for?
some of that, the largest saving would be changing the size of the deep water and the depth of the deep water, depending on the diving boards and what we would do there. So the current City Park pool has a very large, deep diving well that is the entire 9 lanes of the pool. If you could condense that into a smaller diving space, right there you save a lot of the cubic water, but then also the zero depth. But you kind of had that already with the current pool with the 2 wings. So it's really going to be in the diving well, the deep water space, and then determining whether the lap, like I said, the lap lanes could be in shallower water than what they have been, especially if they're not for competition. If they're for recreation uses, they can be more in that 4 to 5 foot depth.
Well, the wings tend to be pretty, if you're in there with a child, the wings tend to be still relatively deep to me.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to follow up on the water savings
Yeah.
question, Julie, with the current pool leaking 30 to 35,000 gallons per day, I mean, how much would we expect a pool to lose?
About an inch to an inch and a half due to splash out and evaporation, depending on the temperatures and the water and the wind and all those sort of things. So when we say 3.5, I believe that is beyond the 1 inch kind of given for that splash out.
Okay, so would that 30 to 35 per day also be savings?
We would certainly hope so. That would be the goal.
All right,
Yeah.
to eliminate that.
Yeah.
Got it.
That would definitely be the goal.
Thank you.
One of the things I haven't talked a whole lot about, but the bathhouse right now, the filter room is a confined space entry for our staff. So we have to have respirators, we have to have lots of safety things that aren't probably necessary in a pool space if it was designed to current standards. So if you had walk-in areas, right now you have to go down it's either a curlicue stairs or ladder, can't remember which one is there, but solving that problem for our staff would make a huge world of difference to our overall safety and availability, or the way staff operates at the pool. Solar panels, the LED lighting, the water-saving fixtures, we talked about that. Creating a facility that meets a variety of swimming preferences. Had a lot of conversations about this. I'm sure you have lately, too. We've heard over and over that the current lap planes are the most versatile for all kinds of swimming. My caution to that is true if you're a competent and comfortable swimmer. If you're not, if you're a family that's coming to learn to swim, you have younger kids, or maybe you're a parent who doesn't have a history of knowing how to swim, you still want to bring your kids to the pool, I think we have an obligation now to offer spaces that are a little more self-contained, that have access, that have areas for adults to stand in, that aren't the wide open expanse that we have right now. So that's part of the concept of having the lap lanes, having a bulkhead, and having a separate recreational space. It could be a bulkhead, it could be a lot of different things, but I think we have to think differently about how users use the pool. Beyond probably what you did as kids, probably what I did as kids, probably what accomplished swimmers and swim team people, and yeah, I know a lot of people love that pool and love to be out in the middle. But we had a lot of people in this phase one that said, I just don't feel comfortable there. It's too rowdy. It's too much. I don't feel comfortable with my kids. I want a smaller, easier, accessible space. And when I go back to how do we teach kids to swim and how do we get people to be swimmers for a lifelong skill, it's that you have to adapt some of our aquatics so that it's inviting to them and so that their parents feel safe and that families want to come use it again. City Park Pool was built originally because a child drowned in City Park. We've heard the history there. Okay, today it's more and more young adults, teenagers, young adults, black skin, brown skin, but they're not learning to swim and they're drowning when they get to be older. That's part of what we want to solve. We want to bring all those kids back into the water. They're coming with youth groups instead of with individual parent groups. What can we do to make it a safer space and more inviting for those? Does that look different? Probably, and we'll hit that in the design process. I just think there's more than one way to do this to really serve our community as we go forward. And then the updated, inclusive, single-use changing spaces. A lot of people are like, whoa, wait a minute, you're not going to make me change in a big open-air space with everyone else. No. The idea is somehow devising this into individual changing spaces with the toilet, the shower, and the sink, probably having a bank of lockers in between, but making it so that nobody has to choose male, female. It's all inclusive to everyone. Once again, something that has not been done a lot anywhere else. So if we do it here, we'll be one of the first to offer that as a full new feature for our pool. Okay. A few other things that have been noted about City Park. We talked about the engineering study that everyone says, why haven't you done it? Because we did. The timing of the Parks and Rec Commission recommendation, people said, why did they do it before there was public input? Because they did it based on phase one, and you're getting the input that would come in after that. So the input on Phase 2 is being recorded. I think it's going to be very important as we move forward, but it was beyond the scope of what Parks Commission was really doing. And then once again, the feedback mechanisms from Phase 1, we've been through this a couple times, but just the point that Phase 1 was very much targeted. Phase 2 has been self-selected. Doesn't mean one is, they're both important, but I just want to point that out as a difference. So when people say they haven't felt like they've been heard from some of the Phase 2 feedback, yes, I think we are hearing them. But that's exactly what we also heard from Phase 1, is that people that were really grateful that they hadn't felt they'd been heard ever before, we reached out to and got their input on. I don't want to lose that as we move through this entire process. When we take the extra steps to go out and really solicit feedback from groups that haven't been using our facilities, I want to make sure that we take that into account and give it some weight, as well as our tried and true users that have very specific opinions as well, if that makes sense. Okay, so here's the things to be decided in the future. Appropriate number of lap lanes. I'm not how to do lap lane people. Lap lanes, should it be the separated area with additional hours, or should it be part of the pool and open for general swim? The concept design showed it so it could be available from basically sunrise to sunset, specifically for lap swim. That wasn't particularly received well, so I think we need to drill into that a little bit more to see if that still might be helpful. Mix of the water depths, location and shape to be decided. Play features. We still have people that really would like to see slides. We have it kind of curbed down to fountains, possibly a current channel, not a lazy river, but a current in one corner, smaller slides, things in that zero depth area, kind of like splash pad features, but in the zero depth area. But still to be determined. And the future steps for City Park Pool is, once again, the public input and design process. This is a change. The date, we had been advertising it all along as 24. My boss said today, make sure you say 23, and Jeff, 23 and 24, because likely we'd be choosing the consultants at the end of 23 and trying to kick it off. Knowing just even now how much input people want to have, we want to make sure we have ample time throughout all of 2024. So that is a change from what's printed in the executive summary and everything else you've seen. But we'd have a whole new public input. It could be the statistically valid survey again, focus groups, public design charrettes, kind of our typical park or pool design process, with lots of input from the public, the commission, and ultimately council before final design is chosen. Okay, any other city park questions? Sean?
No questions, but just want to express gratitude for the way the Phase 1 methodology in reaching out to groups. I think that's a laudable goal and accomplishment. So.
Okay, so with the process, we also looked at our indoor facilities. We did look at both the rec centers and the indoor pools, but you'll find that the process ended up focusing much more on the indoor pools than the overall rec centers. So Mercer Scanlon, as you know, we've recently done a lot of larger repairs, a new HVAC, BAS, the control system, sorry, I've forgotten what that stands for right now, dehumidification system, new on-deck locker rooms there. So we have a lot of newer things there. Most of the things found by the walkthrough were smaller things, and a lot of those have been repaired since we actually got this initial report about a year ago. So some of the cracked tiles and those kind of things have already been addressed. Other larger things like the roof, we're planning for in the budget. So kind of the theme on Mercer is that there's not a lot of big picture current renovation needs at that pool, mainly because you've spent a lot of money there in recent years. One of the things it did recommend is a lot of changes to the wading pool. And how many of you knew there was an outdoor wading pool at Mercer? Not very many people. It wasn't used. We've actually shut that down this summer and not even opened it. It had some leak problems and access issues, so It wasn't open this summer. We didn't get any comments about it not being open, but that's a change since then. But what it did was look at a concept drawing that would look at adding this warm water pool with a ramp access for both aqua fitness, arthritis exercise classes, and swim instruction. It's shown as 3 lanes. Once again, that's a design detail. We don't know, and that's one of the first comments we got is it's probably not big enough. Okay, that could still be looked at. Could it be 4 or 5 lanes if it needed to be? The other big thing here was the ramp in hot tub. We have a hot tub there now, but it's up on a platform and not fully accessible. And the people that want to use it most have walkers or have accessibility needs. And having this one with a ramp, wow, it would be another one of first of its kind in the area, I think, that is a publicly owned pool if we could pull that off. So it looks at adding those features here so that you could maintain the lap swimming in the main pool, the swim team use in the pool. You would move a lot of the swimming lessons over here because it would be a dedicated warm water pool and space, as well as having aqua fitness. We had concerns about people wondering about deep water aqua fitness. A design detail still to be determined. Would that warm water pool have a deep area? Would that stay at Robert A. Lee? Would we, I don't have the full answers to all of that. But the idea here is that by consolidating it and moving these over, we would be able to staff it with one set of staff, both maintenance facility-wise, supervisory, lifeguard staff, and then if eventually we decommission Robert A. Lee Pool, the report does lead towards combining and offering it in one spot. So people say, well, why would you say decentralize other programs but centralize aquatics? And it really goes back to those points of looking for ways to be more efficient in how we're operating, looking at what our true availability of lifeguard staff, maintenance staff, and the expense of just maintaining 2 large aquatic centers within relatively short distance of each other. In an ideal world, we'd probably have 6 indoor pools. That would be awesome, but I don't think that's sustainable. And this report says that maybe 10 years from now, we want to consider, is it sustainable for us to have 2 indoor pools in 2 different locations, especially with the fact that the university facility downtown is a short distance away. We also have the Coralville indoor pool and North Liberty indoor pool. So when you look at service of indoor pools in this region, we're set up really, really well. And the recommendations would say that only if we would go ahead with some kind of renovation and addition here, would you look at the other step of doing something different at Robert A. Lee. I'll get more to Robert A. Lee in a little bit, but this one does show that as a possible renovation. It shows the locker rooms as a big blob here, but also being changed into single-user changing spaces, making the restrooms in the lobby area into single-user with one of them being available from the outside, so it would be available most hours, even when the building was closed, and redoing some of the other staff and use spaces in that main lobby. And then the Scanlon Gym concept would be to add a 3rd gym, add a walking track. We have concepts that show it both with an elevated walking track or an on-grade. A lot of concerns about the on-grade and basketballs and volleyballs hitting people, so probably looking at it elevated if there's a way to afford that. Additional multi-purpose and fitness spaces here, things like the meditation room that was asked for, or additional fitness areas for adult classes. Questions on Mercer Scanlon? Talk a lot and I'm still losing my voice. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm not sure if this, I'll put the question out there, and it might be that it is better after you talk about RAL. The way that I'm understanding, both from the report and some of the discussion at the commission, and then what you've just said, is that I'm getting the sense that there's this if-then. If we get warm water at Mercer, then the potential of RAL kind of dwindles. Am I understanding that correctly?
I would say the answer to that is that there's a realization that we need a warm water pool space somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So, is there the possibility of a yes and? That there could be more than one?
Oh, yeah. Yes, yes.
So
yes,
we're
and yes. But I think we need to be realistic about the staffing and the expenses of doing that, and that's why this would move towards a more consolidated features or facility for aquatics. Yeah. So. Robert A. Lee. So I want to take a second and clarify, because we've realized that there's been some confusion in the public about the difference in our changing of hours of operation and this idea of a potential closure. I think it's been largely cleared up now, but just to be really clear about this, that there was a change in our lap swim hours at Robert A. Lee back in 2021 due to low use, and because as we reopened a lot of things after COVID, we really did have concerns about having enough lifeguard hours to go around. And so we looked at both Mercer attendance and Robert A. Lee and said, are there low use hours? And definitely at Robert A. Lee there was the a full year of data that showed just really low use, especially in the 1 to 4 in the afternoon, and again from 9 to 11 in the morning. So that was an operating decision made by staff, and those change as often as by the semester based on uses that we're watching and seeing. We haven't seen the use grow to a point where we would recommend bringing it back yet, but that's different than looking at the overall use and conditions and things for decommissioning. This was an operating decision made before the master plan actually even started. And that those kind of changes, as I said, are staff-led changes based on the best data we had. There's been a lot of discussion about how we're getting the data. We've met twice with a smaller group interested in that from Robert A. Lee. We've agreed to take the data from this month, meet again, come up with that agreed-upon count and form that we're going to report every month to the Parks Commission. So in a few years, when you're ready to revisit this, we'll have even better data to help make these choices and to make the choices along the way as far as operating. And the open swim hours are added or reduced based on actual use and based on comments. So, for instance, 5 or 6 years ago was actually when we raised the temperature at Robert A. Lee. And believe it or not, as much as you've heard how popular it is now, it was very controversial when we first did it, too. So anytime we're changing things with the pool, we've got some people really happy and some people not so much. We're doing our best to choose so we get a mix of programming and we get a mix of use, and we use our lifeguarding staff as efficiently as we possibly can. So having 2 lifeguards that are there for a pool that has 1 or 2 lap swimmers versus 2 lifeguards that could participate in teaching swimming lessons to groups, we'd rather have them in that group capacity than in the lower use times when there's a lifeguard shortage like we're bound to be experiencing here. And then finally, the decommissioning is a larger concept. It's not just about particular use numbers. It's about condition of the pool and what it would take to renovate in the future. It's about overall use and the conditions of the pool for those uses. So a newly designed pool would probably offer better access and better specifically be built for those uses, whereas we make Robert A. Lee work. It's not ideal for a lot of things. It works now. It could work into the future if you wish for it to do, but I think those are overall things that we look at when we look at a future of what the facility could be. Here's the things about Robert A. Lee that we've talked about before. We've got some circulation issues in the wading pool, some paint peeling and that kind of thing. The locker rooms are substandard. A lot of rusted things in the structural connections. The pool filter and the surge tank are both very concerning. The one thing this report said that was in good condition was the pool pump, and that went out midsummer and had to be replaced. So take that as a grain of salt with all of these recommendations of what's good and what's not so good on the pools. And so the recommendation from the report was that 10 years from now or after you do City Park, really look at the age of this pool, the condition, the cost of renovating both into current condition or something different that would meet different aquatic needs that we have, or alternate uses. And that's everything from indoor skate park to pickleball to climbing wall, bocce courts, gym space, just about anything that could be a recreation benefit to the community. All right, so Robert A. Lee was fairly quick. I know we've also gotten a lot of feedback on that. Any questions I can answer about that? And I've got about 3 slides left. Okay, so the Phase 1 findings, just to remind you, City Park pools, original aesthetic, keep that, but look at renovating it. Grow the programs that are focused on specific cultural experiences. Add programs for teens and the 4 adult age groups. Look at supply and demand in adult fitness. Robert A. Lee indoor pool is in need of some extensive and expensive repairs. Some of those are scheduled, some of those are still pretty unknown. Warm water pool would provide different access for lessons. Additional facility space is needed for multi-purpose, and that could be centralized or decentralized in the future. And then for the outdoor athletic facilities, look at updates and renovations to current facilities first before expanding into the new facilities. That's different than the Phase 2 comments. These are the ones that have mostly been quoted to you. The 60% of people that didn't agree with moving things to Mercer, 60% of people who responded to Phase 2 said that, not 60% of people in the plan. Or 60% of people said, and I forget the exact comment, but wanted to keep City Park the same. Of the people that responded to Phase 2, not of the overall plan. So as you have data presented to you, please ask to clarify that. Is it the overall data of the plan, or is it the Phase 2 comments that came in with through the different feedback channels at that point? So in summary, once again, you saw this slide before, but here's what we're asking you if you decide tonight to accept the plan. Here's what it means. It means that Mercer ball fields and pickleball would go forward. The rec program adjustments would happen as we've kind of described, and then those are rather smaller, ongoing. In the future, we'd look at decentralized recreation programming spaces, those small indoor spaces at other park locations. City Park Pool would look at replacement in 2025, but with a design developed in a full input process in 2024. The concept design was just that, a concept design. You're not approving a final design for City Park. Same with Mercer, Scanlon, and Robert A. Lee. These are concepts to look at once the City Park Pool project is done, or if a tornado takes one of them out in the meantime, then we would look at how that all plays into the overall recreation needs, and then monitoring that west side area. So I have almost no voice, but I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you for giving me this much time to walk through everything in this huge plan.
So thank you, Julia. So to me, what probably was the most useful was, or not the most useful, one of the most useful aspects was what Councilor Harmson referred to, which was the detailed explanation of equity and accessibility and all the different aspects that go into that and went into that as you were thinking, as well as climate, but particularly accessibility and equity.
I have a really fundamental question. So, and I know you went through it on a couple of slides, but the recommendation is not, in this plan, is not to close RAL, but is to consider its status and the needs of the community after after City Park Pool has been done. So somewhere, and probably we're looking at about 2026.
Correct.
To, at that point in time, see what's going on with the pool and gather more community input on what should we do with it.
Yes.
Is that correct?
And in addition, have the agreed upon attendance records between
Yes.
now and then
And
that
that
show
kind of-
you lap swimmer or general pool use, lap swim, aqua fitness use, swim lessons, swim team use. So you get a sense of those at both of the indoor pools.
And then the second, again, probably obvious point, is that the conceptual pool offerings that we had are that, something for us to actually, in many ways, the input that we've received helps put us ahead in the design process, because these are not the designs, correct? I mean, can I be that blunt? These are not the designs. These were representations based on feedback. I mean, I'm kind of thinking of it almost like a sketch artist, right? Somebody's just saying, I want this, no, the nose is too short, right? So you put in all the different things based on these data points to say, here's what this sounds like. is this what you want? And now we're hearing no. But all of the input that we've been getting can be used to go into a design if we get this passed.
Brilliantly
Is
said.
that
Yes,
essentially how
exactly.
this works?
It is the concept that was based on the Phase 1 input only, but given to people to give them something to react to, so they understand what's possible or what's not possible of the space.
Thank you.
That's all.
And I have just a couple other reflection questions to bring this all together, Julie, and I may ask you the same questions again during our formal meeting. So,
That's fine.
but overall, what I heard in this is not that we are prioritizing, like, number one, we want to save money, right? That's not what we're doing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And number one, we're not saying what's most convenient for the current staffing levels that we have and the way that we run operations. Is that fair?
I would say it's not convenient, it's realistic. And I would be the first one to say, as a Parks and Rec director, I never want to tell you we can't staff something that we want to have open. We're at a point where I have to be a little realistic of what's possible and what's not possible. And we need to just at least have that in the back of our head as a consideration in the future. It's not because staff is not willing to do whatever we can. It just may not be there in the way we thought it would be in the future, if that helps clarify that.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of relatedly, on our last meeting, I don't remember what the question was, but your answer was anything's possible if you fund it. Right? That, even something like a shortage of staff, if we jacked up, paid people 3 times as much, maybe we'd find them. Is that fair?
So maybe not in the future as we
Okay.
look at it. And the reason I say that is because, as I mentioned, you don't have that critical mass of good swimmers that we used to have. So right now, we offer free training for lifeguarding already. We offer a really nice starting wage. We offer really cute T-shirts. We offer, as many fun and interesting things as we can to recruit from the current pool of lifeguards. We do a lot of different things with scheduling. We offer anywhere from 8 hours to 25 hours, and you tell us what works with your class schedule. That's something that was unheard of in the past, to be that flexible and that open. I don't even know if we paid twice as much how long the lifeguard pool would last or how big it would be, because the reality is you need people that can swim well enough to to go down and rescue someone at the bottom of a 14-foot pool, drag the person up, do CPR. You've got to have that strong basic swimming skill and that want to do that type of a job. And asking that more and more and more is becoming more difficult of the workforce. So I'm not trying to be a downer about all that, but I am being realistic in that we're probably doing some of the more innovative things in the region or maybe even in the country to try to keep our lifeguard staff and to keep them adequate. If we don't teach kids to swim when they're 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, we're not going to have lifeguards in the future. That's what it comes down to in 5 or 10 years.
And what we're talking about here, I think you elevated very well the goal that I know the department has, but also that we saw in the public input, which is we want every kid in our community to know how to swim.
If I could put the plug in, we have lots of scholarship dollars. We even offer help to get them into the lessons are our premium right now, finding space. And we're doing whatever we can to make sure that underserved kids can get in there too. So, yeah. Thanks, Julie.
Keep seeing the date of 2026 for consideration of the Mercer and Robert A. Lee. That's kind of a few years down the line yet. We still would have 2023, 24, and 25. Would your department still be willing to cover maintenance and repair costs for those pools?
Those things are in the budget now. As I've described it to people we've had conversations with, yes, barring some catastrophic damage. If we came to you tomorrow and said, tornado just hit Robert A. Lee, do you want us to rebuild the whole thing? I think you got to have a pretty in-depth conversation about it at that point. But otherwise, we would wait it out until after City Park is done and look at the aquatics needs again with better data at that point. There's not a rush, and I'm sorry we set off the alarms for people thinking this was a tomorrow decision. This is a 10-year plan that we're looking at systematically of what can be done in each stage.
And if I could just jump in, the city has been funding a number of improvements at both indoor pools for the last several years. Hopefully you've seen some of those. We've had lighting improvements, we've had restroom improvements, we had the pump replacement project that Julie alluded to. We've done a massive amount of HVAC and dehumidification work in Mercer. So this is not a case where we're just sitting back on our heels waiting for the moment to come. We are doing a lot of work and making a lot of investment to keep these pools operational. This is more just a moment in time where we step back from a big picture viewpoint and say, this approach probably isn't going to continue to serve the community forever. It's probably start time we're thinking about more permanent solutions. Those decisions are a little down the road, but this starts us down that path of having those difficult decisions about financing and types of uses we want in those facilities.
Any other questions, Council?
No further questions.
Thank you so much. This has been extraordinarily illuminative and
Thanks for
get some
giving me
tea
the
and
time.
honey.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on, we have clarification of agenda items. Anyone? Okay, information packet discussion, October 6th and October 13th. Let's begin with October 6th. Are there any IP items that anyone wants to discuss?
We'll just note that we have the memo from the clerk on the meeting schedule for 2023. Not critical that you make decisions now, but the more you can think about that and make those decisions sooner rather than later, the better.
I did have a question about IP3, the listening posts. Are we going to do some more, colleagues? I'll do
so.
another one if
I think
nobody
it would
else
be
wants
great.
to.
I was going to recommend, one of the items on your list was the Pheasant Ridge Neighborhood Center, and we haven't been over
I
there
agree.
for quite a while. One I did several years ago was very well attended, and some of the other ones, in fact, aren't appropriate now weather-wise, like the farmer's market, and I think there was something that was closed now, too. I can't remember what it is, but I would
Uptown
recommend the
Bills, I
Pheasant
think.
Ridge to be
Yeah.
the next one, and sooner than later.
Well, and it does discuss, suggest quarterly posts, February, May, August, November. It's been since May that we've had a listening post. Do we want to try and squeeze one in? I also recognize we're coming in on holiday season and whatnot, but certainly we might be able to think about the possibility of doing one of those, or if we want to wait until February, because I know we're also going to be hit with budget stuff in January. So, thoughts?
And I would say that it's worthwhile trying to squeeze one in particular because we're coming up on the budget season so that we can also hear from people on what their wants are there.
Be great.
I would agree.
Agree.
Typically, we would have a couple counselors who would want to do it, and then I would just work with them on a date that works for both of them and work with the facility.
Sure.
I would be willing to throw my head in that ring, but I don't want to block any other counselors out who maybe haven't had an opportunity as recently as I have, but which was not all that recent. It was last February?
January.
January? Yeah, so I'd definitely be interested unless it blocks somebody else.
Same.
I would be interested, especially if we did it at Pheasant Ridge, because that's my neighborhood and my district.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd be willing to, in November, is that what you're?
November.
So I hear Counselor Taylor and Counselor Thomas for November, and to work with Kelly on that? Awesome. Do we want to try and plan one out again? A few more? I mean, we can be efficient, right?
I think that's a good idea, because otherwise
Then
maybe
it-
it'll
then
get
it's-
pushed under the rug and we'll forget
Exactly.
about it with budget coming up and
I
everything.
agree, I agree. So why don't we say, let's go with the suggestions from Kelly, she knows how this works pretty well, February? Any takers? Sean, do you want to?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll
I'm
work.
just,
On February? All right.
I'm going into mom mode.
That'll be your month,
Yeah.
Sean.
Sure.
February.
Can I do it again?
Sure.
Yeah. We were a good tag team last
Yeah,
time.
that worked out well.
And then May, I'd be happy to do one. I'd love to volunteer the mayor. Maybe put him in as tentative. We've got 3 now to work with. Do we want to do one more, or do we want to just call that good for now?
I think that's good, and then the mayor can get back in on some
Exactly.
of this, so.
Yeah, and I was speaking on the one hand truthfully, on the other hand facetiously. So, I mean, obviously, if that doesn't work for him, then I would love to partner with someone.
And we'll have a new colleague at some point.
This is true.
Next year.
This is true. Make sure that we can include. Okay. University of Iowa Student Government, I see that we have someone here.
Hi, Council. I hope all of you are doing well. Let me start off with early voting. In Johnson County, it starts tomorrow. And just a reminder, the Iowa Memorial Union is a satellite location from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. from Wednesday to Friday this week. And then also for our search for deputy, we're in our final stages, and we'll hopefully have someone within the next couple weeks. And then bike thefts at the University of Iowa have been on the rise with just 55 already this year. So make sure to secure your bikes. And also there's other biking resources at the Bicyclists of Iowa City website. And then lastly, starting Sunday at the University of Iowa, Homecoming Week is happening with events scattered throughout the week, and the parade happening Friday. And we wish everyone a fun and safe homecoming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any council updates on boards, commissions, and committees? No? Okay. Why don't we actually, no, I think that's it. Thank you all. We're going to adjourn, and we will meet back for our formal meeting at 6 o'clock. Welcome. It is Tuesday, October 18th, 2022. Welcome to the Iowa City City Council. My name is Megan Alter, and Mayor Teague is unable to attend, so I am presiding in his absence. Roll call.
Alter,
Here.
Burgess.
Here.
Harmson,
Here.
Taylor.
Here?
Teague, Thomas,
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 2 through 7?
So moved, Weiner.
Second, Taylor?
Moved by Weiner, seconded by Taylor. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to discuss anything that is on the consent calendar? Is there anyone in council who wishes to bring anything up?
I just had a quick question, maybe for Jeff can answer this, on 5F, the curb ramp 2021. Do you have any idea where we are with the status of the curb ramps in town, or do we still have quite a few that we'll need to work on and put in the budget, or?
Yeah, this is really a project that never ends, because even when you build them over time, especially freeze-thaw cycles in the winter, they can fall out of compliance. The slopes can change. They can be cracked and damaged. So we do keep an online map and inventory showing the status of each. And the focus of these curb ramp projects primarily focus on those older parts of town in which there were no curb ramps when those streets and sidewalk networks were built. We're pretty well through there. We still have several areas to address, but we've made exceptional progress. The other thing I would note is this isn't all the curb ramp projects we do in a year. With every road project, every resurfacing project, we also upgrade or install curb ramps at that time. So I think you'll always see these annual projects. But in terms of addressing those areas where no curb ramps exist, we are making significant headway.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
And I just wanted to make a quick note on 6A, that we're setting a public hearing, but you can take a look at it at our next meeting. It's like a really cool historic old cottage, goes way back to the 1800s. So it's really great that we don't just retain and maintain and create historic landmarks out of big buildings, but some small, meaningful ones as well.
Roll call.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague? Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Right. Moving on to item 8, which is community comment. Items not on the agenda. And I just want to make a note for those in the audience. If you're here to talk about the Parks and Rec master plan, that is an agenda item, and there will be time for you to speak. So you just hold tight, and I will let you know when that is. Right now, public comment is for those who have something to say that is not on the agenda. And please make sure that you write your name either in the back or a card, put it in the basket, and then you have 3 minutes to speak, making sure that you state your name and your city when you begin. Thank you.
Brandon Ross, Iowa City, Iowa. 3 minutes, 2:59, 2:56. What would it happen, how would we feel if we only had 3 minutes to live? Well, doctors don't really tell us that. You have 3 minutes to live. It's hard to get your things in order, isn't it now? But we could have 3 minutes to live. We all could have 3 minutes to live if, in fact, we got word from our government that there was a nuclear war and that we were in it. 2 minutes and 26 seconds. And so right now, there's a conflict going on, and there's always conflicts in the world. We've had Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Somalia. I mean, I could go on and on. Kosovo, Yugoslavia. But now we're in Ukraine. There's a conflict going on for 8 years. It's a civil war. It's the western of Ukraine, which are nationalists, who are against the Eastern Ukrainians, who are Russian, pro-Russian. The Eastern Ukrainians wanted to secede. The Western Ukrainians did not want them to do that. They were attacked 8 years ago. And as far as we were concerned for 8 years, that this was just a civil war that had nothing to do with us, except it did. The U.S. was supplying the people in the West who were nationalists. The Russians were helping with the people in the East. After 8 years, Russia interceded and came in to shield the people in the East who were Russian and pro-Russian. As soon as they came over the border 7 months ago, the United States started screaming all kinds of stuff and ordered tens of billions of dollars in weaponry to be sent out to Ukraine. Now, for 7 months, the U.S. and Russia seem to be the main players in this war. The U.S. does not have a security risk, but Russia does have a security risk, and so too Ukraine. So fighting over right now whether or not the Donbas area or Crimea can be part of Russia or not part of Russia is really the issue. But the real issue is, 22 seconds left, is whether or not we can stop nuclear war and tell our government to start negotiating. Call your senators and congresspeople and the White House and plead for us to stop the war and negotiate, which is good for everybody. Otherwise, time will run out.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, my name is Temple Hyatt, and I am here today on behalf of the Johnson County Group of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I'm here to ask the council to make a public statement or pass a resolution opposing Public Measure 1. Gun safety is on the ballot in Iowa this year as voters consider a constitutional amendment. Iowans, of course, have the right to own a gun, and we have the U.S. Constitution that guarantees this. But this amendment doesn't do what it says it does. It's funded by out-of-state special interests who put profits over people, and instead of protecting our rights, this confusing amendment will weaken our current laws, make us less safe, and even put law enforcement in danger. This ballot measure will make it even harder for police and other law enforcement officers to enforce the law and do their job. The ballot will read, "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The sovereign state of Iowa affirms and recognizes this right to be a fundamental individual right. Any and all restrictions of this right shall be subject to strict scrutiny." Strict scrutiny is not in the U.S. Second Amendment, and strict scrutiny is what makes this amendment very different and very extreme. The gun lobby claims that strict scrutiny amendments restore the right to keep and bear arms, when what they really do is threaten public safety laws, forcing judges to apply the highest judicial standard when analyzing firearm-related laws. Only 3 other states have a similar version: Alabama, Louisiana, and Missouri. All 3 of these states rank in the top 5 for the highest rates of gun deaths in the U.S. This extreme approach would invite frivolous litigation, undermine decades of case law in the state courts, and put in jeopardy many moderate common-sense gun laws. Here's what's at stake in Iowa. Iowa's current laws keep felons from having firearms, keep perpetrators of domestic violence from having firearms, keep guns out of schools, keep restrictions on machine guns and other offensive weapons. These are the types of laws, if challenged under this extreme version of the Second Amendment, might be declared unconstitutional. This proposed amendment would also restrict future legislatures from passing future gun safety legislation, like reinstating our permitting laws. The bottom line is this proposed amendment won't make Iowa safer. I encourage voters to text the word Iowa to 64433 to learn more, then turn the ballot over and vote no.
Thank you.
My name is Donna Gentry, and I'm a volunteer at the Iowa City Animal Center. And I thought you were going to talk about getting a volunteer coordinator, but I'm probably not right. So I'm asking if the city does pay for a volunteer coordinator. I would like that to happen. With COVID and with people moving, there aren't enough volunteers. The staff are tired. The animals are suffering because there's not enough people to get out there because no one even knows they needed it because the staff are too busy taking care of the animals. So basically, I can't believe I can't talk for 3 minutes, but that's really all I have, to get a volunteer coordinator for the Iowa City Animal Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment that is not on the agenda?
Support the pool, but since it is open, it's my first time. My name is Destiny Larson, and I moved here in 2014, and I want to address the affordable housing. I've been displaced. These people probably will never know, be shocked to know. Since then, 8.5 years, and I went through the shelter house, and they housed me some places, but the places was either drug infested or it was just unlivable for me. I just feel that your environment is either going to make you healthy or make you sick. And a lot of the places they placed them in made me sick. So I left. For many years here, I lived in and out of my car. I worked, went to Kirkwood College, and still I work now, and I'm still displaced. Staying with a person, living in a room, bartending for a caretaker. I'm a CNA, been a CNA for 32 years. I'm 60 years old, but I'm yet to find affordable houses. I left here 3 times to go back to Georgia, just chaotic, crazy. I came here to find peace. When I got here, I was mentally and physically just messed up, really. And I got healing and I got peace, but I'm yet to find affordable houses where I feel that is healthy for me and not a room. I have income. I have great credit. I went through the housing fellowship, the housing, Iowa housing finance is still not yet to be able to get a loan to buy a house. I work. You know, I mean, I just don't understand why a person like me, with the credit I have, the ability, I volunteer at the Crowded Closet, at the senior center, and still cannot find affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please, excuse me, ma'am, can I get you also to sign your name, and there's one in the back as well, your name and your city. If there's nothing further, we can move on. Or did you?
My name is Joseph Purdy. I'm a carpenter, and I just want to make a living at the farmer's market. I got all kinds of sawdust here. This is a box of sawdust. There's maple, there's mahogany, there's pine. It's all beautiful and ain't gonna hurt you. That's all I am. I'm a carpenter, and I want to have my spot back. I did nothing wrong. Don't send a sheriff to my mother's house, Jeffrey. Let's all take the time to stand up. Put our hands over the hearts and pledge allegiance to the United States of America. Who's with me? Anyone? Come on. Stand up. Cross your heart. I pledge allegiance to the United States. Anybody?
To the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America. To the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible. Thank you. Thanks for standing up, City Council. Standing up for America and saying the oath. Anything else you want me to comment on? Disruption of people trying to take First Amendment right. Why do we take First Amendment rights? It's because we know we're being wronged, and we're not going to sit down for it. That's what Americans do. When Americans are wronged, they stand up for themselves. When they stand up for themselves, they stand up for everybody else. Thank you, new mayor, wherever the mayor's at. Thank you so much for showing up today. UNESCO is on United States soil. UNESCO seems to think that it's on its own soil, but it's still U.S. soil. There are certain liberties and rights that we, as Americans, want to protect for the rest of the people that are here. When I stand up and I say I'm being wronged, I'm being wronged. And if they can do that to me, they can do that to anybody. Any of the vendors at the farmer's market can be shot down with no due process. And having a sheriff sent to his mother's house. That's not cool. I've been arrested. I have 2 citations. That's $900. I got child support payments, bro. Drop the charges. Come on. You never did any due process. You never talked to me. You never asked me why I was threatened with violence, why I decided not to move.
We'll be moving on to item 9, ARPA Nonprofit Operating Assistance Allocation. It's a resolution allocating the American Rescue Plan Act, Nonprofit Operating Assistance and Workforce Development Funds. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved. Burgess.
Second, Weiner.
And we have Cassandra Grip from staff who will be talking us through this. Thank you. Welcome.
Specialist with Neighborhood Services. As part of the American Rescue Plan Act, as directed by Council at the June 21st work session, staff accepted applications from organizations from July 28th to August 16th to address the needs of nonprofits who experienced a negative impact from the COVID-19 pandemic. Council allocated $400,000 in ARPA funding to this nonprofit operating assistance funding round to be used for items such as advocacy, case management, service coordination, counseling, and funding staff to implement those activities. Council had identified 4 priority categories, including homelessness assistance or housing stabilization, child care and youth services, health care, including mental health services, and food assistance. Staff reviewed the 18 applications that were received based on those identified priority categories and the application's demonstration of the impact of COVID-19 as required by ARPA. Staff also based their recommendations on whether the funds requested were to be used for operations, whether the project was already funded by other city efforts, and if so, whether a one-time increase in those funds would be proportional to the effects of COVID-19, as well as other council-identified priorities for ARPA funding, such as the applicant's ability to leverage other funding, the demonstration of the sustainability of the project, or the demonstration of a one-time need, and then agency capacity and past performance. One applicant, Four Seas Community Coordinated Childcare, submitted a proposal that better suits Council's ARPA priority of workforce development by proposing recruiting, supporting, and training childcare providers, thus positively impacting not only the childcare industry, but also Iowa City's workforce as a whole by increasing the number of providers in the area. As such, staff recommends the funding breakdown provided in Exhibit A, which includes $400,000 in awards in the nonprofit operating assistance category, and then an additional $100,000 in ARPA funding categorized under the workforce development ARPA priority that was previously indicated by Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Council have any questions or comments?
I'm very happy to see the funding for the 4 Cs, because we've been hearing all along with not only the effects of COVID, but just getting the workforce, getting people to work. Childcare is a big issue. It's an obstacle, and not only because there aren't enough out there, but the cost and getting people trained to be able to do it. So thank you for that.
I also think it's nice that, that we are helping our partners. The city doesn't do any of these things alone. We're very fortunate to have a lot of community partners and agencies and concerned citizens that staff them, and to be able to help them and use some of these funds in those ways is something that I'm definitely feeling good about.
I'm going to say I know that this is only a portion of the nonprofits that are in this area, but it is just wonderful to see there's a robust number of agencies that can take part in these ARPA funds, and hopefully will help stabilize the impact of what COVID was doing to them. So thank you very much for staff's efforts as well. And this was a lot to go through in a short amount of time. So thank you for that kind of sense of urgency in making your decisions so quickly.
Certainly, thank you.
Is there public discussion on this? And council discussion. We kind of got our comments in the way, but.
Sorry about that.
Okay, roll call.
Taylor.
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 10, rescind affordable housing's location model. This is a resolution rescinding resolution number 11-51 that adopted an affordable housing location model, and resolution numbers 12-438 and 17-111 that amended the model. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Taylor.
And to give us a walkthrough on this is Tracy Heitschu with Neighborhood and Development Services. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Hello. As many of you are aware, back in the spring, we submitted the Affordable Housing Action Plan for you to review. This plan identified about 30 action steps to address affordable housing in our community. The recommendations are based on existing policies and programs, land use regulations, and then recommendations on additional programs or policies based on household income. One of the recommendations regarding the existing policies and programs was the discontinuance of the affordable housing location model. Now, the current model has been in existence since 2011, and it was based on 3 principles. One was to not put additional families with children that are low income in areas that had high concentrations of poverty to begin with, to have diverse incomes in neighborhoods, and to get the feedback from the Iowa City Community District on affordable housing. Like I said, one of those recommendations from the thing was to discontinue. And hold on. Under the model, the city financial assistance for housing was prohibited in areas that met these 3 conditions. So locations that feed into elementary schools with free and reduced lunch rates over 50%, locations that were close to other multiple units of affordable housing, and areas with high crime densities. There were exceptions to the policy, and those are for owner-occupied housing, rental rehab, and for housing designated for elderly or those with disabilities. Due to the overwhelming need for affordable housing and with the recent updates to the model, so much of the land, as you can see in green, were taken away from. You couldn't locate affordable housing location model. The policy applied both to city assistance, like community development block grant home funds, but also the funds you allocated to the Housing Trust Fund of Johnson County. We allocate to them $500,000 plus another $200,000 for low-income housing tax credit projects. So due to that reason, once again, for the need and how much of the land has been taken out of the eligibility that you could place affordable housing, the steering committee recommended that we discontinue the model. So staff will continue to look for ways to encourage and consider incentives to scatter affordable housing and make sure that all neighborhoods have affordable housing. But this will be a way that we can encourage affordable housing and in the short term as we try to work on ways to encourage housing throughout the community. Does anybody have any questions about the policy or where we go from here?
So is the affordable housing community as a whole, all the different elements of it, is it in support of rescinding this, correct?
Yeah. That was the one recommendation that I think the Affordable Housing Steering Committee all supported. And it was their first recommendation, if you see in the plan. And we've been working on different steps in those existing policies and programs, and I think in a later council memo, I'll update you on where we are with those 30 steps. I mean, knowing that we can't implement all 30 immediately, but this is one that we could address right away.
Is there any discussion or comments from the public? Can you please step up to the mic?
No, because go back on this one lady about early childhood. I have early childhood education, and along with economics, accounting, a lot of experience. And so when she talk about the affordable housing, I'm trying to understand, why is it this money goes to the shelter house, and the shelter house put people in places where people have history with drugs, homelessness, and they expect for a person who's working and contribute to the community? I still can't understand where this money is going and why I can't be housed.
Ma'am, with all due respect, and I wanted to make sure that you get your name down so that we can follow up with you. But this particular item is about the rescinding of a policy, so I'm going to have to ask you to sit.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's
but
quite
I
all
just
right.
wanted voices because,
No.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's so touching.
Is there council discussion? I would just like to make note, and I believe that most of us received this email, but there is support for rescinding this from the Affordable Housing Coalition of Johnson County that basically reiterates what Tracy Highshoes had said, that, very well-intentioned and looking at the best ways to distribute affordable housing throughout the community. However, it didn't really pan out the way that it was intended. So I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of this support as well as what we already knew from the email.
Yes, sir. Times change, and we need to roll with the times with our policies.
Absolutely. Roll call?
Thomas.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Our next item is item 11, the annual Tiff certification filing. It is a resolution directing the filing of tax increment financing certification under Iowa Code Section 403.19 for the 2022 end-of-year certification of urban renewal projects. And to give us some insights about this is Wendy Ford.
Mayor Pro Tem, can we get a motion?
Oh, I am so sorry. I skipped right ahead. Motion to approve.
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Weiner.
Good evening, Council. I'm Wendy Ford, Economic Development Coordinator. And these are documents that we send annually to the County Auditor's Office, and we have to do that by December 1st each year. And they certify the amount of TIF, tax increment financing funding, to be collected in the coming fiscal year for your previously approved TIF projects. In this item, there are 3 different forms in the certification. Form 1 initiates the collection of tax increment for projects that have not yet been certified with the county auditor. Form 2 requests a specific dollar amount less than the full amount of available increment. And Form 3 ends the collection of tax increment. And in City University or the downtown urban renewal area, we have an example of an urban renewal area that uses all 3 of these forms this year. Form 1 will initiate the collection of tax increment for one of the energy efficiency grants that you approved earlier, the Lazansky Corporation, and also some administrative costs that go with that. Form 2, that is requiring or asking for less than the full amount of the increment available. So in the downtown area, there's a huge amount of increment available. We don't need to collect all that. We just need the very specific amounts that would help pay our GO bond payments, revenue notes, admin expenses, and the energy efficiency grant. And then there's also an example of Form 3 in the downtown urban renewal area. And this reduces the amount of TIF by the amount of hotel tax that was used to be a part of the incentive to the Hilton Garden Inn project that was approved several years ago. And that's basically what this is. It's just a report to the county auditors for these expenses.
Questions from council? Are there any questions from the public? Council discussion?
Lots of questions.
No? Roll call, please.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Our next item is number 12, Annual Urban Renewal Report to the State. It's a resolution approving the fiscal year ending 2022 Annual Urban Renewal Report. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Weiner.
Thank you. And again, Wendy Ford will be walking us through this.
This is a report to the state, as opposed to the last one, which is a report to the county auditors. We have to also present this by December 1st with your approval, and it shows the details, the very minute details of each of our urban renewal projects that are active. It gives all the details, including fund balances of the urban renewal areas, the projects, the expenses for every urban renewal project, and the sources for paying for those projects and the uses of those funds. So that's a 67 or 64, I think, this year page report. But perhaps more salient than that, and certainly easier to digest, is the report that I included as a table in your packet that shows the new taxable value that Iowa City has gained by participating in the tax increment financing projects. And the way we show that is by taking a base value of the projects at their inception, and in this case, the base value of all of the TIF projects that Iowa City has participated in are $30.3 million. Well, now those properties are valued at over $222 million, raising that tax base, raising the amount of property tax dollars that come in and helping us pay for the services that go out to our community. Questions?
Did you say that the value went from 30 million to
222 million.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are very round numbers.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
I'm sorry.
Did
you
miss?
want to open it up to
Oh,
public
I apologize.
questions?
Beginner's luck here. Public discussion on this point? No.
Yeah. Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Our next agenda item is number 13, purchase of 800 South Van Buren, 804 South Buren, and 817 Webster. This is a resolution approving a purchase agreement for acquisition of properties located at 800 South Van Buren Street, 804 South Van Buren Street, and 817 Webster Street. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Taylor.
And Jeff, you are going to walk us through this.
Yes, I will walk you through this item tonight. So as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we have 800 South Van Buren, 804 South Van Buren, and 817 Webster. These are two duplex properties and one single-family property. There's a location map on page 252 of your packet. Generally sits immediately adjacent to the Iowa Interstate Railroad yard, just west of Oak Grove Park. And so this is slightly east of Gilbert Court as well. These three properties are all adjacent to each other, and the purchase agreement is for $475,000. The city recently had these appraised as part of this purchase process. They appraised at $507,000, so the purchase price is slightly below the appraised value of these three properties. The city's interest in these properties is very much long-term. As you are aware, Iowa City continues to be in Amtrak's plans for future passenger rail. Amtrak is currently working with the state of Illinois to build out the Chicago to Quad Cities leg of that route. And in their recently announced 2021 15-year vision, Amtrak again continued to identify this route's extension to Iowa City as a priority. That is certainly a long ways to go, but we want to try to be planful as we think about this service arriving many years into the future potentially. The state of Iowa has largely done the engineering work on the Quad Cities to Iowa City extension, and as part of that engineering work, they look at potential station locations. Originally, when this discussion first started a decade or more ago, it was thought that the station, the old depot station and Riverfront Crossings could potentially be reused. After quite a bit of analysis by the state, noted some challenges with that current site, including the close proximity of the two north-south streets and the length of trains and the amount of closures that those trains would bring that district, which of course now has the Johnson County ambulance service just down the street. So a lot of complications there. As they looked at other potential locations, this site was identified as a preferred location. It's not decided in stone that this is where it would be, but this is certainly a target location. So staff began to just look at the area and try to anticipate what might be needed should a station need to be placed there. Again, these three properties sit directly adjacent to that rail yard and would provide some additional flexibility in locating a station should that day come in the future. If it does not come in the future, the city can maintain these housing units in our public housing portfolio, and that's our intention in the years ahead. We will continue to operate these or manage these properties as rentals as they are now, and do so as part of, again, our public housing portfolio. It also provides the city in the future, regardless of the Amtrak route, the ability to extend Oak Grove Park kind of in a linear fashion along the rail line, should that be a priority in the future. If you look at that area right now, it's a pretty harsh transition between the rail line and the neighborhood. And while we have no intention to extend Oak Grove Park at this time, that would be an option for the council. So you do have the purchase agreement. That's what your resolution would approve, would be the purchase of these three properties, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
So any current tenants would be able to stay there at this point, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Any questions or comments from the public?
I don't like it.
I'll just say, actually, one question that I had, you anticipated it and answered it, so thank you for, that this will stay, as part of the public housing portfolio, and then if it doesn't come to fruition, it's just, so, thank you. Roll call, please.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Okay, we have item 14, Recreation Facilities and Programs Master Plan. This is a resolution approving the 2022 Iowa City Recreation Facilities and Programs Master Plan. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Weiner.
Second, Burgess.
And we have staff comments by Julie Seidel Johnson.
Good evening. Julie Seidel-Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation. For the public, as the council knows, we had about an hour-and-a-half long presentation during the work session. I don't plan on going in that level of detail, but I can bring up any of the slides that you would like me to review. But what I thought I would do is review the parts of the plan that you are specifically looking at tonight, as if you accept the plan, this is what it means. And then I have Missy Forbes here, who is a member of the Steering Committee and the Parks Commission, to answer any of your questions about the Parks Commission actions about this. So accepting the plan means something that may not be clear to everyone in the audience, so I want to make sure we go over this. It's the different areas. The different areas of the plan. First of all, looking at our athletic facilities, our outdoor athletic facilities, it prioritizes the improvements to Mercer ball fields and pickleball courts first. This one, you have design contract in place. We start the kickoff meetings later this week. Future renovations would be of the other athletic complexes, Napoleon, Kickers, City Park, and then continued consideration of East Side Sports as needs warrant for that. Second part is there's a large part of the plan that addresses our recreation programs and adjustments to that lead to better equity, that lead to better diversity in our programs. Some of those things have already been implemented as we've received feedback throughout the past year. The plan has a whole lot of other recommendations that recreation staff will be prioritizing and implementing as we go through the plan. It has the concept of decentralizing some of the recreation program spaces. Think of this as building some new indoor park shelters, maybe just a little better than indoor park shelter, in locations so that additional recreation programming or community meetings can happen in the outlying neighborhoods, most likely to be first somewhere near the Weatherby Park area, possibly in partnership with a community organization, or in City Park as part of the renovations of City Park Pool. City Park Pool. So first of all, you are not looking at a final concept or a final design at this point at all. Tonight's recommendation would be to fully renovate the pool with the design to be determined in a full design process beginning late 23 into 24 with construction in 25. The plan does recommend that the condition of the pool is such that it should be a full renovation, or at least a full investigation leading into a full renovation. Whether that design ends up being a similar pool that you see there now or something updated from that, that's a future decision. Tonight is the vision and master plan moving us into that design process in the coming years. Mercer Scanlon, and I'm going to put Robert A. Lee up at the same time. Mercer Scanlon looks at the plan which recommended additional adult wellness and activity areas. So it looks at a third gym, a walking track eventually, a warm water therapy pool, a walk-in hot tub area. The Parks Commission recommends that you think about the aquatics areas of the Mercer Scanlon project at the same time you consider the future of Robert A. Lee. The future of Robert A. Lee hinges on the development of other aquatic opportunities, but then the current continuing to count the number of swimmers and report that each month. We've been working with a small group of residents to determine exactly how those will be reported, and you'll see that every month from now on in the Parks Commission packet, so that when you return to this in 2026 or after, you'll have more data and looking at the future of those indoor aquatic centers at that time. The question of why recommend decentralized recreation facilities but potentially centralizing aquatic facilities has a lot to do with the resources it takes to operate indoor aquatic facilities, the maintenance, the equipment, the cost of that, and of course the lifeguarding staff, which we discussed a lot more in depth in the earlier meetings. And then finally, it has a point to monitor the developments on the far west side of the community, west of 218, Carson Lake, or some of the developments out there, and look for future recreation needs and opportunities out there. So I can turn over to Missy now, or I can answer any other questions you want me to.
Julie, I would appreciate it if you could lay out just a little bit of what you laid out for us in the work session on specifically the equity and accessibility issues.
Okay, I will do it quickly. All right, so this plan is a little bit different than any other recreation plan, and it's a new, we move into a new area of work. Our top 3 things that we looked at and we emphasized from the start was equity, access, and climate change. And I'll go over those in the next slide to talk about what we meant by each of those 3 things. But we also acknowledge that there's been a worker shortage since the pandemic and a nationwide lifeguard shortage. We really believe the lifeguard shortage is more than a short term, just trying to entice people to take the jobs now. It relates to our goals that every kid needs to learn how to swim, so we continue to have a base of swimmers who can be lifeguards in the future. But it also addresses how we need to think about aquatic facilities in the future. We may not have an endless supply of lifeguards. This acknowledges that fact and says, is there other ways we can design or organize our programs so we can still have service to the public, but with fewer staff resources in the future. So the items that were some of the difficult or new questions is, what does equity mean? And for this particular plan, you've heard a lot of things pitched back to you as far as what's equity and what's not. We particularly were looking in phase 1 at getting information from historically underserved populations, from new immigrant families, from lower income families, and in general, people who haven't felt welcome using our facilities. And that's blended families, people the Lgbtq community, people with disabilities, people with caregivers that have them with them for their activities, and people with maybe specific religious dress. All of those things feed into what equity means. What does access mean? This plan really looked at access in 3 different ways. And once again, you've had comments on all 3 of these, but it looked at, first of all, kind of the ADA aspects. How do we get bodies into the water and out of the water in the pool or in and out of our facilities? How do we allow that in multiple ways that is independent for the people using either wheeled mobility devices or needing ramps? How do we do it without a pool chair that has to have a staff member help them in? How do we have fully compliant locker rooms and pool decks, and have comfort in navigating the various areas and access to the various areas of the facilities and pools? So that's part 1 of access. Part 2, access to location. This is where we talk about parking, where we talk about traffic, public transit, bicycles, pedestrian access, all of those external access areas for getting to the facilities. And finally, access through payment and entry fees or program fees. How do we lower barriers so more people can participate? And then we also talked about the climate action things, and specifically the things that we looked at are, how can we design facilities or activate facilities in the future that require less water use, that require less chemical use, and require or allow for other types of alternative energy sources to be used. And I think, did you want me to go through the equity slide too?
I personally found it very helpful.
Okay.
Right.
So the other thing that was different, and probably the difference from this plan and any other plan that's been done in the Midwest or maybe even the nation, is we really asked our consultants and staff to look at this with an equity lens in phase 1. So our outreach efforts were targeted specifically with additional outreach to residents who haven't historically used our city rec facilities. So we looked at, once again, disadvantaged people of color, recent immigrants, people whose language is not English. When we started the process 14 months ago, our initial press releases went out in 5 different languages. We sent emails to all of our current aquatic pass holders and people that were taking programs through our ActiveNet or registered that way. But we also did a targeted outreach to underserved areas, people in lower income neighbors, and trying to reach residents who haven't felt welcome in the past due to a number of reasons. We also looked at collaborating with community groups who successfully serve residents who identify with these groups. So some of our focus groups were specifically with community groups, asking what else can we do or do we need to do in our facilities to help make this more welcoming and open to our entire community. Finally, weighting the responses to acknowledge barriers that have quieted some voices in the past. We wanted to make sure that we asked and we listened during the first phase. Now, we'll talk about Phase 2 comments. I'm not saying those weren't important, but in Phase 1, it was specifically targeted, knowing that these are groups that maybe haven't had access to the public process or don't know how to do that, haven't done it for whatever reason. We tried to lower the barriers so we could get as much feedback in those areas as possible. And then we taking some action and recommending actions that bring more equity to our services. Things like our Halloween event that's coming up has a special hour and a half ahead of time that is just for people that have sensory concerns and want to have a quieter space to bring their families to still experience the event, but experience it in a different way. So some programming, things like that. The thing you're seeing in our facilities is we're looking at single-user restrooms and shower facilities so that you would no longer have to necessarily come in a facility and turn to be a male or female area. You have an option that is open to everyone, provides privacy and access to the pool, but without having to jump over that, am I male, female, or do I identify as something else? And everyone is welcome.
Thank you very much, Julie.
I'd like to let Missy give us a few. Missy Forbes is, like I said, a member of our Parks Commission and was on the Strategic Commission, or the, sorry, I'm tired, on the steering committee for this plan. So I will let you.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you, Council, for having me. As Julie mentioned, I was a member of the Parks and Rec Commission, and I also was a part of the steering committee looking at the master plan future steps, and I was able to participate in one of the focus groups that was held during the Phase 1 of the community engagement, and the focus group that I was a part of was representing nonprofits who worked with underrepresented populations in our community. And I think I just want to reiterate what Julie had mentioned, that, or to put forth in front of everyone, that the amount of time and the amount of time taken and the amount of respect that was given to populations that we don't normally hear from. When we talk about equity, we want all voices to be heard, and why aren't they, and things like that. And I from the very beginning, very impressed with the amount of work that Parks and Rec staff as well as city staff did, and even the consulting firm, the way that they so thoughtfully went through that process in Phase 1, when you really do hear from those groups that haven't been using our facilities or our Parks and Rec, taking those opportunities. And then also in Phase 3, the statistically valid survey. It is a survey that is statistically valid, as it states. And I think we need to look at all three of those phases when we collected that data and that input. And then also just to point out that what you guys are looking at, as Julie said, they're concepts based on the three phases of opinion or thought, or so when you look at the concept of the city park pool, the consulting firm put Phase 1 comments, Phase 3 comments, and Phase 2 comments into those concepts. And so when you're looking at the plan as a whole, you need to look at they're a concept, and really the only thing that we're even talking about in the near future is the city park pool, and that concept will go in front of the public so that they can help design that. So I just wanted to, as a commission member, just to reiterate that this has been an interesting process to see, and a very thoughtful process, so that all community voices are heard and not just some. So thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you for explaining that. I just think because of, by the way.
Can I wait just for a second? Can I get a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we already had made a motion. Yeah.
Did I?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh
we
my
have a
God.
motion. Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay. It's all right. Anyway, for those who, I recognize some faces, but if you weren't here for the work session, that should be online sometime in the near future if it's not already, there was an hour-and-a-half presentation which may answer some questions that people have. I would absolutely recommend catching that when it's up on the city website, for some more detailed information. Question I had, too, that I thought would be really helpful is that one of the things we had during that work session was really some more information in a video that showed some of the concrete degradation and things like that in the city park pool that are visible now that it's been drained for the season. I was wondering if we could maybe revisit that briefly. And a little bit more details about the water loss situation as it currently stands. Well, not currently because it's empty, but before it was empty.
Give me just a minute here to pull this up. Okay, so if we dim the lights, this is about a 2-minute video that was taken yesterday at City Park Pool, showing the condition after the swim season. There are a number of cracks and different things. You'll see a live video followed by some still photographs. This is at probably the best it looks without water, because as the freeze-thaw happens through the winter, it'll have more next spring. One of the things we talked about in the earlier presentation was that we do have an engineering report that was done that talked about reasons for the leak, and large parts of it being the cracks in the caulk joints. Every spring we spend about 2 to 3 weeks analyzing those, having staff fix those, bringing in a specialized contractor, and repainting every single spring. So we do our best every spring to make this pool watertight, and yet at the end of every season, we have conditions that start to look like this. So. This is where you start to see some of the concrete spalling that's breaking through the paint. The main drain and the caulk lines, especially down to that main drain, have moved, so the caulk comes out, and we believe there's water leakage through there. You can see the many layers of paint that have been on here. We do chip off the loose parts every single spring, resurface and repaint, but it comes right back just like this. The recommendation of the report is that no matter what the future design looks like for City Park Pool, that the concrete has reached its lifespan and it's probably time to remove it and start over. Design could be a lot of different things, but if you want it to hold water, we need to address this. And we can do shorter things to last another 3 to 5 years, but if you want a pool shell that's going to last for the next 30, 40, 50 years, it's probably time to invest in a new concrete pool shell with new subsurface, new piping, everything. The pool this season still lost between 30 and 35,000 gallons per day, more so towards the end of the season. At 35,000, it has an automatic fill line that is essentially a faucet that fills the pool. It ran nonstop pretty much the entire last month that the pool was open in order to keep the water above the gutters. The question was asked earlier tonight about, well, how much would you typically lose in a typical day? About an inch of water through either splash out or evaporation. And ours loss has been more like 3 to 3.5 inches on most days. So that's it.
Someone might need to help me here. Is the public discussion is when there's public comment for this? Yes. Okay. Are there other questions before we open it up for public comment? I actually have one very just sort of drop. Ooh, goodness, sorry. I have one question about, it was under the scope, accepting the plan. Like, this is what we would be accepting. It's actually that first bullet that you had, the athletic facilities and the ballparks, and that you're already, in process with this. If this plan were not to be approved, what would happen to that portion?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good question. We basically, with the plan, we looked at approving what had been in the capital plan for a couple of years. So it was so far the public input had, I'm lost for the term, but had said the same thing as you had been planning in your capital plan. So because the money is in that capital plan for next year, that's why we had to go ahead with the design. If not, we would look at scaling it differently.
Yeah, I can comment on that as well. Julie's correct. The Mercer Park ball field, you approved that design a meeting or two ago, so that's well underway, and that was largely an uncontroversial, widely supported component of this plan, so we felt comfortable coming forward to you with that. There is no requirement for a master plan, right? This community's operated without a parks facilities master plan for as long as I've been here, and probably maybe forever, maybe at least a couple of decades. The master plan process is intended for us to take a very planful approach to our facilities. If you don't approve the plan, staff is going to need some direction on how to approach our recreation facilities. So that question comes back to you, and we'll have to sit down and talk with you to see what options you have. The master plan is not binding decisions, and Julie gave some examples of this. You see this routinely on your agenda where we have approval of designs for public improvements come before you, and you approve those plans, you approve the bids that come along. It's the same with this process. So you're not approving it, you're not making any binding decisions tonight, but you are setting in motion some guidance for staff. We know with the acceptance of this plan that we've got to work towards, for example, a consultant selection with City Park Pool. We feel really good that we're in a great spot because we've had excellent public feedback through this process. So we're going to start that design process in a much stronger spot than we would have had we not done this master plan process. So the decision to accept the plan or not is largely giving guidance to staff, and if for some reason you don't find the plan acceptable, we'll have to return to you and figure out what components are not acceptable and how to adjust accordingly so that we can budget and plan.
Thank you.
That does bring up a specific question that I had that we addressed a little bit in the work session, but just as to what the Parks and Rec Commission recommendation is and whether that would change the substance of what's in front of us tonight or not.
Sure. And I had that. I read it during the work session. I don't have it with me now. Their recommendation was to move forward with City Park Pool. That's been their recommendation for some time. In the most recent minutes, there was some confusion or questions about what it meant with removing aquatics from the vision for Mercer Scanlon. And that's what it was saying they agreed with going forward first with the Mercer Scanlon wellness areas, the gym, the walking track, fitness areas, those kind of things. But then considering the aquatics portion of it at the same time as Robert A. Lee, where the plan pointed those out more as distinct steps. So when we had the bullet points up here, it said both of them would come after 2026. So essentially at the same time rather than one before the other.
Maybe just to ask it a little different way, would we need to amend anything that's in front of us tonight if we wanted to follow that recommendation?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So if I understand it correctly, what we would be doing with this plan is basically agreeing that we would kick off a process for City Park Pool that would start at the end of 2023, and that there would then have a whole new wave of public input to start the actual design, because what we've been looking at is just a concept, not an actual design.
Correct.
So that people would have a ton of input, and then council would then have to approve that, and then it would only be after the City Park Pool project were complete that council would then look at both all the rest of the aquatics facilities that are Robert A. Lee and Mercer. Is that correct?
Correct. So the plan actually states to continue with the ongoing maintenance and scheduled things like the roof at Mercer and some of the smaller repairs at Robert A. Lee. If a tornado or some other catastrophe leveled one of those buildings or made them inoperable, I would think that if there was something of that level, you would readdress it in terms of the rest of this plan at that time. But right now, it's saying the time frame for that would not be until after City Park Pool was constructed.
Thanks.
It may be helpful if we provide an example of master plan to implementation, and I'm going to move away from parks for a minute, so bear with me. Back in 2012, 2013, the City Council adopted a downtown streetscape master plan, recognizing that a lot of our infrastructure downtown was old. We have utility lines that are over 100 years old downtown. We had sidewalks that are cracked and heaving and bricks coming up in the Ped Mall. The master plan laid out the vision. It helped us identify the priorities on which streets and segments of downtown to address first, and the council accepted that. It was a controversial plan as well, because as you imagine, a lot of people have different thoughts on the pedestrian mall and the other beloved parts of downtown. But we were able to set priorities in that plan. And then we turned a couple years later to Washington Street, and we went through an extensive design process for Washington Street. Council was asked to approve those designs and then construction. The next priority was the pedestrian mall. We went through another year or two of extensive Ped Mall public input processes. We floated out a lot of different concepts, from the stage that you see there now to a massive public art piece that was planned for Black Hawk Mini Park, if you remember that. Obviously, that didn't come to fruition because of a lot of the public input that was received. Ultimately, we got a design that council felt comfortable accepting. We bid the project. It was completed. And now we're turning our attention to Dubuque Street with the next year or two. So that's an example of a plan that was adopted roughly 10 years ago, and then systematically we take those priorities and we do our best to adjust to community feedback at the time and present designs that both the community and the council can find acceptable within whatever budget parameters that we have. This is going to be the exact same process that we follow with this plan. Again, starting with City Park Pool, we would select a consultant in late '23, do robust design public input processes in '24. That could include producing a couple of different additional designs for folks to react to. It could include a design alternative that looks exactly the same as the pool that we have now with some accessibility modifications. We get through that. Ultimately, you all, or those that are sitting in the chair in those chairs at that time, have to accept that design, accept that budget, and move us forward. So there's a long ways to go, but this does set that direction. So hopefully that example is somewhat helpful.
So actually, a question that I have, although I think that Jeff, you may have helped me through that illustration, is that there is a concern that because RAL isn't named outright as like, here's what the long-term plan for it is, right? It is mentioned that like it'll be a return to in 2026, but it's not outright like, here's what the long-term vision is for it. That I've heard from some folks that there is concern that sort of by default allows that it could just be eliminated. Right, so can you clarify that
So
for me?
as in the bullet points, we commit to attendance counts and reports on those, commit to the ongoing maintenance needs of it. But I think that is something you'll want to consider at that point is do you still want 2 indoor aquatic centers, or is it time to transition to one in some way? This report doesn't answer that, but it poses some reasons why you should that question needs to be considered in the future. Also, the age and condition. We're talking about City Park Pool being old at 72 years old. Robert A. Lee's 58 now, so in 10 years it's going to be at 68. So you're going to be in kind of that same mode of, is it time to renovate? Is it time to move on to a different rec use? Those are all questions the plan poses as options, and saying there's some reasons behind choosing any one of them. But I think conditions, once we get through the other parts of the plan or get ready to move towards that, would dictate the final answers. The plan doesn't dictate a final answer. It says it's something that needs to be considered before more investments are made, the larger term investments.
So between that and then what you were describing and what actually happened with the downtown streets, is that there can be things that are either put in there initially that don't come to fruition, and then there can be entire other things that happen that were not accounted for necessarily or called out as like, here's the plan for it initially.
Yeah.
It's moving through the appropriate processes as they come up for more detailed design and discussion and input, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And you should expect that conditions will change during a 10-year planning period, right? Going back to the downtown plan, it initially started that the Ped Mall was the priority, and then we had a massive water main break on Washington, and Washington became the priority. In the rec world, to use an example that's maybe a little less extreme, I don't think too many people knew what pickleball was 10 years ago, 12 years ago. You certainly know what it is now because you hear loud and clear from the groups that are advocating for better pickleball facilities. There could be rec needs that emerge that we're not anticipating right now, or facility needs that emerge that we thought we were going to be on, in good shape with a particular facility, and that changes. So a plan is just that. It's this moment in time and what we think is the future for the next 10 years. But we have to be able to adapt to change, and that could include changes in usage, and hopefully we will see changes in usage going forward that may modify our thinking about how we approach these facility projects.
I just want to really put you on the spot, Julie, because I think having Jeff talk about the vision element of it, you explained really well in the work session this very robust methodology to get to this plan, and I'm so pleased that we are, prioritizing equity and access and climate action at the top of that pyramid and understand how that's different from other processes. So we as policymakers, look at this plan and kind of understand those priorities as they fit within our, larger strategic plan and are thinking about those things. So as the staff who's implementing, okay, I want to kind of reflect on this vision piece that Jeff was talking about, and I want to, this is what I'm seeing in this plan, which is we want more use of recreation facilities, and we want more representative use of recreation facilities. Is that in line with what staff intends with this plan?
I'm going to answer that with yes, but I'm not sure staff intends much of anything with the plan. I think we are here to be the listening board to what the public had to say and report that back to you. But by all means, our goal is to be as inclusive and as open and as welcoming as possible so that the efforts that you fund and that we make go towards the entire community. I think we're at a ground level as staff where we see the changing needs of the community, and we see a little bit down the road to the future and say, okay, if we can make some changes soon, we will have a better use or representation in our facilities. Some of those changes are really easy, and we've been making them policy changes, things with different languages, things with more inclusive language, more inclusive restroom signage, all those kind of things. But some of these bigger things are recommended in here based on what we heard from that phase 1 thing. It doesn't mean we aren't hearing phase 2 input, but when we went out and specifically asked some of these underrepresented populations, at first they don't want to tell us. And when we say, please, we want to know, we want to act on it, we'd like a chance to be able to do that down the road too.
And you already referenced the one of the goals that I think we all share is every child in our community should learn how to swim. And so on the aquatic side, we want to orient based on what we know of our community and how it's changing. We want to orient towards that goal. Is that correct?
Correct. So the example I used in the work session is that indeed the current design of City Park Pool, or Mercer for that reason, fairly deep water lap lanes, are they versatile for a lot of things? Yes, if, and a big if, you're comfortable and proficient at swimming and comfortable with your kids being out there when you're the parent who maybe can't go out in the middle of that and get them. So looking further ahead, people are worried, or I've heard concerns about too much shallow water. Kids won't learn how to swim. I feel like if we don't provide options to get in the water at the more shallow and intermediate levels, they're never going to get in the water in the first place. And where we had the reason for City Park Pool was a child drowned, and that was the community outcry. I got to tell you, kids are still drowning today, but it's teenagers, and that breaks my heart that they didn't learn how to swim and they weren't exposed to this. We want to make our facilities and our programs and things as inviting and inclusive, so we get the kids in the water, and so that we get the families, even families who haven't historically been swimming families, to give it a try and to feel comfortable coming to the facilities. Do I have the magic to tell you exactly what that design will be? No, and I don't know that there is a perfect design, but the full design process will need to look at that again and say, how do we meld the historic and nostalgic use for these facilities and the current use with what we're hearing from communities that want to access it and don't know how or aren't confident enough to do it right now? Is that?
Thank you.
One thing, too, you clarified during the work session was talking a little bit about some of the conceptual drawings. And so maybe you could kind of refresh our memory about where did that, I know a lot of the emails I've gotten, and thank you to people for emailing, and it's always appreciated. But been a lot of concern about that picture, that design. Maybe you could explain a bit where it came from, what its use is intended to be, in the past, and maybe something that you've gained from that. I know you mentioned something during the work session about some things, just feedback on that conceptual design that is already information being processed for future design steps, specifically the number of lap lanes.
And they can quote it for me, I think, behind me here. Okay. I'm sorry that I have to go through the slides this way to get. Pretty soon you're going to have me at the hour-and-a-half level again, you realize. Okay, so City Park Pool, the question of how did we come up with this concept? I've heard everything from staff just wanted a new pool to, nobody listened to anything and you just came up with a design. I want to assure you that wasn't the case. So first of all, this was the one area of the Phase 1 plan that we did ask a specific question about a facility. The indoor pools, the indoor rec centers, all the other rec was more generalized. How can we serve you better? We distilled down that data to get to the changes. City Park Pool, we had already had the assessments done by this point, and it was looking that, indeed, we needed to fully renovate. So the question that was specifically asked in Phase 1 through the surveys, through the focus groups was, if the money was the same, if the cost was the same, would you rather have us redesign the pool to the same layout, or would you like a new layout? And with that, Phase 1, remember, so this is targeted surveys. The statistically valid survey had us at 67% of the population wanting a new design for City Park Pool, with only 17% wanting it to remain the same. The events, several of the early events actually happened at City Park Pool, and other family events. 63% of those participants said they wanted a new layout, and only 32. When we got into the online, which was open to everyone who wanted to participate, it changes somewhat in that almost 46% said renovate with the same layout, when we had 40.5 said the new design. You can see focus groups were tilted just slightly the other way. So overall, of all those Phase 1 inputs, we were at 55.8% people saying we'd like to see a new layout for the pool. So we took that along with the other feedback we were hearing about what would make the aquatic center more, or the swimming pool more welcoming to you, your family, the uses you would like. And if you remember in Phase 1, the biggest things were actually shade, deck space for chairs, and lap lanes. So yes, we got the number of lap lanes wrong. Where's my cheerleader over here? Yes, we know that. We've got to figure that out in design. But the rest of Phase 1 is really a reaction to the Phase 1 input. And it is a concept design, but it's a concept to show what could fit within the fence line of the current pool, leave the trees, the atmosphere, the deck space, the shade, those kind of things that people wanted to keep, while updating the types of swimming space available. It was an attempt to keep some traditional elements with the 50-meter lap lanes and the diving well, but then also to offer new ways and additional access for people to get into the pool. Right or wrong, that's where Phase 1 came from. There's a lot of debate about when it said we were attempting to keep the current aesthetics of the current pool. For a lot of people, that simply means, or it seems to simply mean 50-meter, 50-meter lap lanes with the current pool basin. The plan took it from more of an altruistic level of what kind of experience do people have and want when they come to City Park Pool. And that's where we talked about the shade, the deck space, the ability for their families to get in the water without being overrun by more experienced swimmers or the rowdy teenagers we heard sometimes. Good things to have. We want rowdy teenagers at our facilities, don't get me wrong, but we need to have some quiet spaces for families too. So the design was really meant to look at some of those phase 1 feedback items and put those into a concept. And that's what it is a concept, not a full design. So.
Thank you.
And I think now you're up, guys. However, I know thank you so much, first of all, Julie, for taking the time to go over those. I think it was incredibly helpful. So we're going to open it up for public discussion. I would love to see a show of hands for those who would like to comment, just so that I can kind of parse out how many people might be speaking. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like we have 10. And so I was hoping let's just go for it. I think 3 minutes apiece. 10 people. Just like public discussion goes, just make sure that you sign in and state your name and your city.
My name is Mitzi Reed, and I live in Iowa City. My family made Iowa City our home because of its livable, walkable downtown lifestyle, because of its unique and historic character, and because it is a place of shared values where every person matters. I ask you to reject all portions of the master plan and executive summary related to aquatics at Mercer, Robert A. Lee, and City Park pools. The plan includes addition of a warm water pool to Mercer as a means to justify closing the RAL pool, despite the Parks and Rec Commission's decision to exclude Mercer and RAL Aquatics from the plan until they are reviewed together after completion of the City Park project. Despite the fact that residents prefer RAL's downtown location, consider it the most accessible, and that it contributes to a vibrant, walkable downtown. Despite more than 2/3 of respondents who oppose shifting all aquatics to Mercer. Despite the fact that centralized indoor aquatics does not promote geographic equity or accessibility and is not responsive to the Iowa City community. Despite the fact that no alternate use of RAL pool has the broad appeal and lifelong health benefits that swimming provides. Despite the fact that restoring RAL and City Park pools is the fiscally responsible choice and would cost far less than building 2 new pools. Despite the fact that it ignores all Phase 2 public input, along with over 1,300 signers who oppose closure of the RAL pool and over 900 signers who support keeping the current design of City Park pool. Please tell me that this is a city that values preservation and restoration and treasures its history and unique character. A city that cherishes democracy where all residents have an equal voice. A city where a livable, walkable downtown is not just a hollow marketing slogan. Please restore the public trust and reject all portions of the plan related to Iowa City Aquatics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Stapleton, Iowa City. I prepared 2 minutes worth, so I'm so excited to have an extra minute. The first thing you read in the master plan is the executive summary, but the goals are not supported by the findings from consultant survey respondents and community input, which Missy said are very respected. Two examples. First, the summary says, quote, repurpose the REL Aquatic Center if data and community sentiment support such change, end quote. But nothing in the master plan supports repurposing the pool. Neither the WT Group nor Barry Dunn suggests this. The city paid $143,670 for the consultation, 1/3 of the amount of money needed to repair REL pool. In fact, the WT Group says if repairs are done, REL pool could, quote, continue to operate for many years, Appendix D. The Parks and Rec survey found that Iowa Cityans don't want the REL pool repurposed. The master plan itself ranks aquatics #1 above all other programs, and downtown central location is preferred. Third, petition signers do not want REL repurposed. Over 1,000 Iowa Cityans have signed petitions that support maintenance and improvements and oppose REL's closure. Second summary recommendation in the master plan you have centralized indoor aquatics at Mercer. The indoor pool survey reveals that 68.7% of survey respondents, these respected voices, do not think that, quote, shifting all indoor aquatics to Mercer would better serve the community's aquatic needs. Julie said this hadn't been answered yet. It has in their own data. In addition, Mercer's warm water pool design included in the master plan will not accommodate the large number of pool users from REL. Likewise, City Park Pool's design is opposed. I know it's conceptual, it's in the plan, and my understanding is you're voting on the plan. It's opposed by over 900 people who signed a petition favoring the current footprint. Please reject the master plan's goals and recommendations for aquatics. Following up what Mitzi said, all 3 pools deserve full consideration in a plan that does not ignore key findings. So I guess I end with a question. Are you voting on the master plan? If so, take the time to revise it to be accurate. I teach writing and reading. Critical reading and writing is important. If the document's not accurate, fix it. I don't know whether we can. That will not be part of the historical document, Julie's words. Perhaps they will, but the master plan will. Please respect those voices that you already have, the data, et cetera, and reject the aquatics portion of the master plan unless it's truly accurate. Please rely on an accurate master plan if you're going to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Paul Kredkowski. Some of you are almost certainly familiar with my wife, Amy Kredkowski. Just regarding the proposed drastic redesign of City Park Pool that's contemplated in the new Recreation Master Plan. I've swum in quite a few places, the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Mediterranean, Lake Michigan, and even Lake McBride. And I like City Park Pool a lot compared to those. It's a very elemental place in its own way. It's very stripped down. It's as close to swimming in a large body of water as you can get because it's a large body of water. It doesn't have any lap lanes. It's a wide open space, so it's just you, your swimsuit, the sun, the air, the water. And everyone remembers that elemental feeling of swimming when they were a kid, where there were just those few things and you being outside. It's basically nature in the middle of the city. It's a safe, family-friendly place. It's functional, and nothing is there that doesn't need to be there for you to swim. I would ask you to be aware of just replacing that great good place with what is on the concept drawing. Please stop to think, do you know what you're really getting for all the money that you're being asked to spend in the Recreation Master Plan right now? Based on a really nice sketch. It's really nice. But isn't there an intermediate step that you can authorize along with the current Recreation Master Plan, like the $6,000 it would take to fund an engineering report to really look at all of the dents and dings that Julie was noting earlier and find out what's wrong with the current pool? I'm sure that's going to be part of the process, but it might be nice to have a specific line item in there for that. Then you and we would know what we were getting. Park and Rec, of course, would benefit from knowing its options besides a total redesign. I wouldn't want to authorize millions of dollars as contemplated without knowing whether those dollars were pushing us further away from those pure experiences of swimsuit, sun, air, and water.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Crane. I am approaching you tonight as a proud Iowa City mother of 2 boys who just completed level 5 swimming. They passed. They could be future lifeguards, but there's no level 6. You heard about a critical lifeguard shortage. I want to ask you, what are the Parks and Rec Commission doing to grow our own lifeguards? They can't take the next step to level 6. It doesn't exist. Look it up. They can't be junior lifeguards until they do level 6. I think we're creating our own lifeguard shortage by not adequately supporting aquatics. If you want swim lessons, and I'm very invested in this because I have 2 young swimmers, you have to go online to find the swim lessons. Anybody who doesn't have access won't find them. Anybody who's not online won't find them. Also, if you want to do adult recreation like aquasize, you'd think you could go to the rec guide and find it. You can't. It's not in here. The city isn't publicizing aquatics, and it is starting to atrophy. And that's why I'm still troubled about requesting that the Robert A. Lee pool have usage numbers. What we're being asked to do, we who use Robert A. Lee, is count the numbers of people in the pool. I lose the joy of swimming and aquasize and watching my boys swim because I'm counting, because we haven't gotten good data from Parks and Rec. We have over 100 people, kids, Monday through Thursday night between 5 and 7 who are swimming. We have filled pools at other times, but we're fighting to be seen. That's why we're here. How many of you are here for that reason? We have over 20 people. We love Iowa City pools. We can be your best allies and adversaries, but we have to be listened to, and we don't want contingent recreation. It's not equitable. You've talked about equity. Why is the Robert A. Lee pool the only one asked to count its numbers? The ball fields still have to be maintained whether anyone's using them. They still have to be mowed. They still need chemicals. No one's asking them. Now, I'm all for ball playing. My boys do that too. I'm just saying it's not equitable. And what we're asking is equitable treatment, full staffing, funding, and proactivity with Iowa City Aquatics. And we're here to ask you for that tonight.
Thank you.
Joe Purdy again, Iowa City resident, now in Williamsburg. I was 7 years old and I used to go to the rec center, Robert E. Lee, and I knew if I didn't have enough money, I could sneak right past there and get in there. And I think that sometimes that the staff at the pool would leave that door to the office open just so us kids didn't have all that money, could go ahead and sneak in there and get a swim. I'd like to see the exact same pool we got at City Park, and as a bonus for us wonderful locals who love this town and love all you UNESCO folk, we would like to see a Ferris wheel and the train and the cotton candy come back to City Park. How about that, people? Amen. Y'all get out of my town. You're making too much money. You're auctioning off my hometown block by block. You're not putting anything in it for the people. You're making the vendors pay their own insurance, and you're violating their civil rights by a simple signature. No one looked at it, nothing. You got to quit stomping on the people of this town. We love this town. We love our pools.
Thank you.
Coming in like Godzilla.
There's too much stuff up here, sorry.
My name is Susan Milliker, and I'm from Iowa City, and you've seen me before. And I want to first thank Julie and Jeff for an enormous amount of time that they gave the Friends of the Robert A. Lee Pool a week and a half or so ago. And also all of you who have met with the Friends of RAL. I was in some of those meetings early on a few months ago, and not all of them, but thank you for the time that you've taken to hear us. We appreciate it. You know, I keep thinking about, I'm not going to dwell on, my friends from the RAL Pool have made great points tonight, and I love the idea of amending the master plan before you vote on it, because, so it is accurate. But the one thing, you talked about equity, access, and climate change as the three priorities that have been lauded tonight. And the one thing that is not discussed at all, and no one has brought it up that I have seen, I brought it up at the Parks and Rec Commission, and that is, we talk about physical access, we talk about socio and economical access, but we're not talking about geographic access when we talk about moving everything to Mercer. And, we have, as Karen just said, don't have the actual numbers, but as Karen just said, there's about 100 kids that take swimming lessons at Robert A. Lee Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. There are 15 to 20 people that take Aquasize at Robert A. Lee. I'm sorry, they take it at Robert A. Lee. Aquasize, Monday, Wednesday, and hopefully Friday if they add the class back in. And then there's probably another 30 people that use that pool every day in the 4 hours it's open. And so take those hundreds of people and drive them over down Bradford Drive past Southeast Junior High, 2-lane street, residential area, 2 access points. I mean, yes, we've got Wade and the Towncrest streets, but you've got one main access point to Mercer. And you want to double it in size, add a walking track, add a swimming pool when there's already one here that is far more accessible from a walking perspective, even out of your car from the parking lot into the building. So when we talk about accessibility, I want you to think about that geographic accessibility and those traffic studies that probably have not been done, and how many cars you're going to increase, not to mention climate action. You have a 55%, goal to reduce, carbon emissions in this city. And yet you have to take 2 buses to get to Mercer. You have to, not everyone will drive to Mercer, but most people will. And it's attractive because it's got a bigger parking lot. But is that really what we want? And so I would say, please do not move forward with the plan to add another warm water pool at Mercer. Thanks.
Thank you.
What's your real name? You're Russian, aren't you?
Good evening, y'all. My name is Dan Katalinich, 418 Fifth Avenue in Iowa City. First of all, I wasn't aware you were voting on the master plan tonight, which has got more unknowns than an Algebra 2 equation, but be that as it may, whether it's yay or nay, I'm here tonight to urge the council support for the Historical Preservation Commission's unanimous motion recommending that the council explore minimally invasive ways to preserve the existing city park pool layout. The October 11th press release from Parks and Recreation declared that we love our city park pool. I believe that if you love something, you preserve it, you protect it, you look after it, you find a way forward that is positive. And in the renewal of City Park Pool, we must be welcoming and inclusive and accessible, and all these goals are achievable while maintaining the historic main pool footprint, which that is the essence of City Park Pool. I call it the big water in the Oak Savannah. Maybe you heard me say that before. But I think that's absolutely essential, regardless of what you determine regarding the master plan this evening. As regards R.A. Lee Pool, one cannot rationally assert that that aquatic recreational needs and opportunities for the people of Iowa City are being met when you close half of the indoor pools in Iowa City. It's ridiculous. Robert A. Lee is not about mollifying some oldsters who have an aversion to cold water. It's about embracing the fact that the aforementioned goals of being welcoming and inclusive and accessible are already happening at Robert A. Lee. And we need that pool. And I just want to say, please save the big water and save the tub, as I affectionately call it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are additional people who wish to comment, please feel free to sign in advance, and then you can just come up and speak.
Hi, my name's Sharon DeGraw, and I live quite close to City Park Pool, and my kids go there and they love the pool. It's really one of the only pools of its size and offers the big, wide-open Olympic-style size pool. And if that's modified in a way that we have something that's closer to a Coralville-sized pool with a lot of zero entry, not enough space to actually hone your skills in deep water swimming. And I feel like we're getting...
Get off your phone, Jeffrey. Time to pay attention.
You're interrupting her.
Jeffrey.
I feel like we're being asked to choose one or the other, where we are being asked to consider making a pool facility that's inviting to people who may not ever learn how to swim in deeper water, and to also go for an eco-friendly pool by using less water in the pool. Or what I would really wish is to keep the deep water pool, maybe forego some of the concern about the eco-friendliness, using less water, or being concerned about the pool chemicals. Keep the pool the size and dimensions that it is, even with the deepness of the diving well, because the kids that use the, I don't know how tall it is, 10 or 15 feet tall diving board, they will go to that pool to jump off of that, do 360s, show off for their parents. That's a huge asset in that pool. So I don't want to see the depth of the pool diminished. And I would rather say that you should expand the pool, perhaps using more space by moving the bathhouse and creating some, like the zero entry pool shape add on to the City Park pool, which is going to cause you to use more water, but I think that you can reach more people in the type of deep water swimming and people who don't want to go into a deep water pool by just essentially having two pools in that space and pushing the bathhouse out by building a new bathhouse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Throw my mask off here real quick. I'm Justin Fishbaugh from Iowa City. Good evening. I just wanted to point out one of the inconsistencies in the master plan. For outdoor facilities, for outdoor athletic facilities, the master plan's executive summary says, this is in quotes, take care of the department's existing facilities first, especially those that are aging before developing new. That's the end of the quote. So my question is, why not apply the same fiscally responsible and sustainable standards to indoor facilities, such as the RAO pool, that you're trying to apply to the outdoor facilities? So because of so many inconsistencies in this master plan, especially the aquatics, I urge you to reject the entire aquatics part of the master plan.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one, I think we will close. Oh.
Sorry, I made it.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, I made it here in time. Amy Kretkowski, Iowa City. I'll just put the thingy right there.
And I just want to urge you to really take deep into consideration the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation to preserve City Park Pool and conserve very valuable resources. I did not hear a lot of what was said earlier at the work session. I heard a little bit. I'd love to write some rebuttal to a lot of what was said, and I will send that to you. But I will ask you to please think about, before voting to approve something, do you know what it is you're being asked to approve? Do you know what it is you're approving? Do you know how much it will cost? Do you know what it will look like? Do you know if there are any less drastic measures to be taken? Have any less drastic options been offered to you? What is it that you're approving? I would just ask that you please consider that when you're considering the fate of City Park Pool. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do believe we've got time for one or two more, if there's one more after this.
Time for plenty. You guys been talking all night.
I'll be very quick. My name is Mary Helen Stefaniak, and you all heard from me already because I sent you an email, and I won't repeat what I said, in the email. I got a response, actually, right away from Mr. Harmson, which I greatly appreciated, and perhaps there are more responses coming. That one was just there right off the bat. But in any case, I was so relieved to hear in his response that there is no design for City Park Pool being put forward, that this is only, I don't think you used the words concept plan, but I was shocked to hear that. I've been to the open houses, the open house that Julie mentioned. I've been to a Parks and Recreation board meeting, and one other one who I can't think of right now. And in all of those instances, it seemed pretty clear to me that a consulting firm had been hired to come up with a design, and while it was going to be open to amendments, yes, it never was it ever suggested that it was possible that the very appearance and exist that City Park Pool could still retain its current form. And I think that looking at cracked concrete in videos, we all know, I swim there. I swim every day, even sometimes when it's not when I'm the only one or two there, because the weather is not conducive to swimming like on the first day the pool was open. But so I know, my foot has hit some of those cracks. Those cracks don't make me think that you should throw out this historic and incredibly impressive to visitors, for that matter, pool in order to turn it into something that is filled with other kinds of features that don't allow for kids and their parents to play and swim together in the pool. So I also urge you to reject the aquatic portion of the master plan, because it's not clear to anyone, I think, what it represents. Also, the locker room at the rec center pool, the downtown pool, is like a United Nations. So between the languages spoken and the costumes worn, so don't think that there aren't people of various types and ethnicities and abilities, disabilities, using both City Park and the rec center and Mercer as well. Thank you.
Well, hello, folks. My name is John Downer. I'm a competitive swimmer, a water polo player, and if you don't know, Iowa City does have a Masters water polo club called the Sea Lions, and we use City Park Pool 2 nights a week. The setup is ideal. It's a 25-yard course, all deep water. We practice in the diving well, and it's not just for old guys. It's a co-educational. Sometimes kids come, sometimes their parents teach them the sport, and it's a really good time. I've been a user of that pool since 1973, so I've seen some ups and downs in the condition of the pool. But the one thing that disturbs me most about the proposed plan is that the lap swimming is being proposed to shrink from 9 lanes down to 3. Now, if you can just imagine the city making an announcement that every residential street would be shrunk down to 1/3 of its present size, so it's only as big as, say, a nature trail or a bike path, that isn't going to serve the needs of all the lap swimmers in Iowa City, be they young or old. And the lap swimming area is used by ICE, Iowa City Eels Swim Club, as well as the girls' high school teams in late summer. So a reduction in the size of the lap swimming area is a really, really bad idea. And I would not like to see the water polo area that we use for practice and have come to enjoy reduced in size either. So I'm thinking maybe the best plan is to add a splash pad and a water park adjacent to City Park Pool and just leave that footprint as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've reached a point for council discussion, and I just want to say a few words just to kind of frame the way that we might be able to discuss this without curtailing any thoughts. This is, while it has been a long session, this is the first time that council has actually been able to discuss it. So I want to give everyone, the time and the places where you feel the need to comment. But to frame the discussion, I just want us to keep in mind that what's before us is, does this master plan provide the necessary kind of outlines of the sequence in which staff needs to be able to move forward? I learned a lot, in fact, about the distinctions between what's design, and in fact, we have gathered even yet today really good insights about specific design things that will come, but that's not what this master plan is in fact about. So I just want to find out from council and put before you that what we're voting on potentially tonight is about what is in front of us, what is in the plan, and do we feel that we can move forward with this. And so that's just sort of the question that I want to continue us to think about as we discuss. But obviously, we've had a lot to digest, and so I leave it open for council to begin discussion.
One quick process question. Is this a one-time vote, or is it like an ordinance that requires 3 readings?
One-time vote.
I'll mention something, and it was actually Jeff, in a way, gave an example of how I've been thinking about this project, and that is that he made the reference to the downtown streetscape master plan as another example of how a master plan can be implemented. And the framework for that plan was very similar to my own professional experience in terms of how, when you're designing a facility, what's the process? And typically the process involves going through 3 phases toward completion, a set of construction documents. It goes through a schematic plan, which then it provides the foundation for a design development phase, which is then followed by the preparation of the full working drawings for the contract that would be let to a contractor in case of the pools. And so with the downtown pedestrian plan, what it provided was a breakdown of the streets throughout the downtown area, and provided schematic plans to scale of what was being proposed, which included a program of what was constituted in those plans, what the elements were, what the uses would be, and so forth. It also included a cost estimate of what the project would cost. And it went through a public engagement process where that proposal was supported by the community. And then it came to council, and council approved the master plan. So what my concern is we've had kind of an abbreviated process here, if you were to compare it to what happened downtown. We have a concept plan, and I know, the emphasis has been on it. Look, it's just a concept. We will refine it further as we move through it. But I would argue that, what we have seen is, because it hasn't been, the way the process was structured with a phase 1 and a phase 2 public engagement process, we really haven't reached consensus on what that design is. And so we are hearing thousands of responses to the current plan, because what can one do if one's not supportive of it? Plans are very concrete. You are looking at what is being proposed. And, what I think we were seeing, particularly with the city park pool, which was done in more detail, something which seemed completely contrary to what I think those who petitioned and have come to speak to us were expecting. I think what we're hearing from historic preservation and what we're hearing from many of the speakers is, if you were to define any element of the city park pool in terms of what's essential to that facility, it would be the footprint of the pool set in this woodland, beautiful woodland setting. And what we had heard described by staff was, the essence was the shade, the chairs, and the deck. It was kind of like a rather profound disconnect there. So my feeling is, and this applies to Robert A. Lee, there's a similar kind of disconnect. It seemed that staff came to the conclusion that it would be best to close the pool down. And in my view, with that decision, it in effect prevented the community and staff to consider, well, what might we do to enhance that facility and make it better, aside from the renovation elements. Really make it a more unique and inviting place than what we have now. And as an example of that, looking for precedent, what I found is it's not uncommon for municipal indoor pools to include such facilities as a water slide. So there would be ways in which, again, looking at this systematically rather than each pool sort of as a separate entity, to try to capture at Robert A. Lee some of the features that I think were primarily considered for the city park pool rather than anywhere else. If we were to do that, for example, the water slides, as we've emphasized, Robert A. Lee Pool is central to Iowa City. It is located directly, it's geographically centered, and that's reinforced by the transit system. If we were to do something that would be unique for indoor pools in Johnson County, such as water slides, that would also serve the people in Johnson County in its entirety. Coralville's transit line also uses the downtown as a hub. So you would be able to draw from a fairly large demographic in terms of who might be interested in coming to the Robert A. Lee indoor pool all year round in order to experience some of these unique features. So I think that in the instances with this plan, what I'm feeling is that it hasn't had a chance to complete the process, essentially, so that it would be more consistent with the approach that was taken in the downtown streetscape. So my suggestion at this point would be, and I think this was reinforced from what I was hearing this evening, and that is that there's no requirement to have a master plan. There are things in this master plan that are already underway. What I would suggest is it would have no impact on what was described in terms of the process, and I'm happy to hear that the planning for the city park pool has been moved up. Perhaps at least the preliminary planning for Robert A. Lee could be moved up as well, so we could consider more opportunities there. But that we basically defer on this decision. There is nothing that I can see other than sort of contributing to this ongoing distress and mistrust that I'm sensing in the community, to sign off on something, which is what we'd be doing. We'd be approving a plan that has been noted has language in it that runs contrary to what I think we are all kind of expecting as this process moves forward. So, the other alternative would be to do a complete scrubbing of the existing plan, revise the language as was discussed. I'm personally more inclined to just say, let's just leave it. Let's defer on this decision. I don't see why we have to rush into approving it. We understand that these projects will move forward. But I do feel that the deferral action would be more reflective of the fact that we do have an unresolved condition here that needs to be completed before we've really undertaken the master plan in its full, what is more typically associated with a full process.
Thank you, Councilor Thomas, and I totally agree with you, and I'd also been thinking of that, if that would be a possibility for us to defer on this. I have to admit, this has been one of the largest public engagement processes that I've seen in my 50 years in Iowa City, and I congratulate all of you that have been vocal about it. Thank you for all of your emails. I have to let you know I've read them. It's impossible, when there's 50, 75, 100 of them coming in to, somebody mentioned that Councilor Harmson had replied to her, but it's almost next to impossible, but I assure you that I have read them and have listened to them. And of course, a major part of our discussion has been about the pools, but there's more to this master plan than the pools and things that we have to, there were some red flags that came up for me. There's talk in there about the East Side Sports Complex, which we as a council really haven't talked about. There's talk in there about the kicker soccer fields and upgrading those and monies for those. And we haven't talked about that either. And I just don't know how we can vote on something that we don't have all the details on it. And I've talked over and over again about we as council, our responsibility is to listen to our constituents. And I was looking at the 2020 version of the Iowa Municipal Policy Leaders Handbook, section entitled Summary and Duties of Responsible City Councils. And it states that city councils provide community leadership by making community decisions, by systematically reviewing alternatives, choosing courses of action, and sensing and transmitting community needs, desires, and comments. And so I think we do have a responsibility to our public, and not just to make a decision based by, well, we don't need a master plan, or, oh, yeah, if you don't vote on it, these things are still going to happen because some of them are in their budget. I think we just really need to consider all these elements, and particularly the pools. 2023, 24, 25, 26 will be here before we know it, and we'll be right back here talking about these same things. So I just really think that we as a council need to take some more time to really look at this and get some of the wording and items clarified in the plan.
Just before I dig in too much, for my colleagues, Councilor Taylor and Thomas, who are wanting to defer to maybe make some amendments, do you have thoughts on what changes you would make? John, you mentioned specifically some contradictory language in the plan. What were you pointing to, or what would you want to change with that?
What was brought up was, and if you look at what is in our packet, there remain inconsistencies. Some of the letters and emails we received pointed out those consistencies. There's still a really strong bias toward, the plan that is represented in the concept for City Park Pool. And the same with Robert A. Lee, the idea of consolidating facilities at Mercer. So what?
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Those features, that sentiment is still in the plan. That's my concern.
And I think it's appropriate that it is because of the methodology and the phase one input that was received. And I think I really do, my role is to represent every person in this community. And I'm worried about the emphasis on those voices that came in the phase two, which are absolutely valid and absolutely legitimate. And I also have read all of your emails, responded to only some of them, met with only some of you. But it really struck me this evening that the consultant who we hired to undertake this evaluation to come up with concepts, not to dictate what will happen, to come up with concepts for how we might move forward as a whole community, elevated voices that have never spoken to us before. And that is really, really important to me. And I know many of you have never spoken to us before as well. And I take that seriously. I take that into account because I know that, as Councilor Taylor said, this level of engagement is kind of unprecedented on an issue that's sort of narrow like this. But I think, a decision to defer is certainly an option. I think we just have to be honest that that is a choice of inaction that will lead us to many, many more questions as far as what happens next. And so, that's a decision that the majority here could make. I personally think we should move forward with the plan. I think we should have a vote this evening. And if we do, I would vote in favor of the plan. And I just want to explain why. Because we're not voting on the layout of City Park Pool. We are not voting to close the Robert A. Lee pool. We are not voting on that there should be limitations on any of our aquatics. In fact, what I see when I read the entirety of this plan is a vision to make sure every kid in our community can swim, a vision to enhance our facilities, a vision to make our facilities more accessible for people who maybe right now feel like they can't, feel like they're not welcome. And this is not a question of minimizing the opportunities for those of you who are here, for those of you who I know care so much and want to continue to use those facilities. We want that too. We want that too. And we want to open the doors to people who maybe aren't in that position yet. So that's what I see in this plan, and that's why I would be comfortable moving forward, because I think this is just the beginning of this public engagement process. And for City Park Pool, we will have an actual consultant who would be hired to undertake a design with a lot of public input process, because that has not happened yet. That is something that will happen at the end of 2023, for the design process in 2024, and the construction in 2025. And I very much appreciate the recommendation from the Historic Preservation Commission, which was not saying don't replace the pool. That's not what the recommendation was. It was to explore options for minimally invasive construction, which absolutely is something that as we undertake that project, we would do, because that fits with our climate action goals. I just want to personally apologize for the lack of trust that I see and feel here, because we try to make ourselves accessible. We try to explain our actions. We try to help people see how this process can work. And I've heard and I see on your faces now that some of you are very, very frustrated, that you don't feel heard, that you're very upset. And I think when facilities are rebuilt and welcoming and beautiful and available and invested in by the community and publicized.
Well, we're just cattle to you.
In this plan, there are many places where it emphasizes the need to publicize. And I'm really excited for the next several years of working together with those of you who are so engaged to continue better ways of getting the word out, better ways of registration, better ways of understanding what opportunities are, so that every person can experience what you all have spoken so eloquently to, as to the values of and benefits of aquatic exercise, of using our pools, of being someone of any age and any ability that can participate in not just aquatics, but all of our rec programming and use all of our facilities. That's where I'm coming from.
I just want to note, there have been already some incredible comments here and insights. One of the things that actually I'm most struck by, both from emails and also from comments tonight, is how much input there has been that can be applied, will be applied towards the design phase. And so on the one hand, I feel like so much good has happened, actually, and I do encourage everyone who was unable to see the working session to listen to the presentation, because in fact there were a number of, I think, misconceptions that in fact carried over into some comments that this was the plan for the park, for the pool is already set, and we could revise it. I asked a question during the working session saying, so the way in which the concept pool was put for City Park Pool was it was taking input from the first phase and from second phase and saying, these are elements that we want. And then they said, it's like an identikit. And they put these things together and said, is this what you want? Well, clearly, no, it's not. Right? I get that. For what it's worth, I'm an NCAA All-American springboard diver. I understand the importance of an Olympic pool. I love it. But I also, as a counselor, feel very strongly that we need to make sure that whatever we put into City Park Pool, Robert A. Lee, Mercer, that it is more accessible and more welcoming even than it has been for us, because we are a growing city. We are a growing, expanding community with many, many different types of cultural backgrounds, experiences, and the world looks very different now than it did when City Park Pool, which for the best of intentions and has served the city so well, it does not. Our city is not the same. We need to think about how do we serve our city now and for the future. So the way in which I'm understanding, and I guess I'm a little disappointed, I'll be honest, Councilor Thomas, that you were sort of reiterating that it felt like there was more mistrust coming, because I felt like there were some really positive things that actually were between audience of advocates for the pools and different components in which our director said, we got that wrong. We're hearing you. These are things that can be accounted for in the design. And I felt like at that moment, there was actually some connection and some symmetry and some like, okay, we've been through the trenches together. We're going to come out on the other side. My understanding, and I asked many questions very pointedly about what does this master plan mean? Is there any design element? Are we voting on, is this how we're going to do, or set forth without the opportunity to change? Is that what we're voting on? Absolutely not. It is more about giving city staff direction and guidance for the steps that they need to take sequentially over time in a holistic way that takes it almost strategically, so that it is not just cobbled together. Let's hit this one first. Let's do this. Oh, now we'll do that. Of course, there's going to be entities that will, or situations that may crop up that change priorities. But since I've gotten on council, and as I've known counselors who've been on there longer, the idea has been, let's be planful. Let's think about how do we grow and better our city deliberately and strategically, not just in here's a project, here's a project, here's a project. To me, that's what this master plan actually represents, is the ability for something like Parks and Rec, which the city has so much investment in. And when I say the city, it's the people. It's those of you who are using it. We would be absolute fools to pass a plan. We did not have full confidence that there are going to be so many steps along the way where you get to help shape what it looks like. Right now, this is to give guidance to staff to say, here's your own strategic plan of how you need to function, of what you need to do and what you want to do, and there's already been public input. So I'm sorry if I sound like I'm trying to explain where my thinking is, and I'm just saddened by the fact that it seems like the master plan is still being understood as something that is design-oriented and that it is written in stone. It's not. This is to give, it's a strategic plan for projects so that it can be done mindfully.
I just want to quickly say again, my hope with a master plan would be that when we adopt it, that we have an understanding that it has the full support of the community. And I'm not sensing that right now. I mean, I know there is an acknowledgement that, yeah, we didn't quite get things right with that concept plan. But, what we have now, and as I've tried to emphasize, is from a master planning standpoint, a kind of unfinished business that, we will proceed and we will finish that work. But at the moment, we're not there yet, is all I was trying to emphasize, and that it would be far preferable to acknowledge that we're not there yet, and that we will get there, but for now, we don't have that plan with a budget and consensus that we're voting on. That's all.
Thank you, Counselor. I will say that I actually see that as the whole point of the strategic plan is that we don't have all those details yet. What we're doing is setting priorities. So to me, I read this document, I think, just a little differently. We're making a priority saying City Park Pool has this historic concrete that's leaking like a sieve, and at some point that's going to be a major problem. And if we don't, we can either let it nickel and dime us for a very long time, but we could also run the risk if we don't plan ahead and start doing this long-term, multi-year planning to get to these details, we could end up with a situation where we'll have to close it for longer than just a construction season, which would be, I don't think anybody wants that. And I know you don't want that. I know nobody here wants that. But I think that's a real risk, and that's what our folks are telling us. We're prioritizing, say, indoor water stuff is important, and in 5 years from now, when we finish with one major outdoor swimming project, we need to reevaluate and see what can we do to make all of these things look better. And the situation is going to be different in 4 or 5 years. I mean, there's going to be, it always is. There's always stuff we can't plan for. I actually think that's the strength, is that we don't have all of these things set in stone, because the amount of work it would take to set in stone 15 major projects that we can't even possibly fit into a budget all in the same year. I mean, it's going to take us that many years to work through they mentioned the CIP project, and for those that are unfamiliar, that's just our capital improvement budget process, where all of these things still have to be funded. So we could get into this and say, okay, we're going to prioritize looking at the City Park Pool, and that'll give us the money to go in and do some more of these studies, do more of the design, see more what's going on, look at what's possible in that spot. They could come back to us and it could be like, we won't have the money for this kind of plan, or, we can always do that and then say, well, maybe this other option will make more sense. That's like the next step. What I see with this plan is us telling city staff, hey, this is important. You have a limited amount of resources. We want you to devote a percentage of these resources towards pursuing the answers to these questions. Not that they have to have the answers to the questions at this point. I mean, I think that's a different kind of approach. At least that's how I'm reading it. And I find that to be something that's probably very useful for us to do, is say, let's make these our priorities, and then as we work through them, which is going to take years, that's why it's a long thing, and every one of these will be saying, okay, do we want it? What's the public input? What can we afford? What can we bid it out? All of these stages could involve amendments, changes, but that's actually, I don't think, is a weakness. I think that's actually a strength.
So I would continue on sort of on the same tone, same line that Councilor Burgess and Councilor Harmson have. But first, I really want to thank everyone for their input. I know you haven't all heard from you. You will. Second, I want to quickly address the issue of lanes, which not everybody may have been, lap lanes, which not everybody may not have been here for, which is it's already been made clear that what's in the concept is definitely not what will end up. We hear the need for many more lap lanes, and the director made that clear, and everybody made that clear throughout this evening, that it's not just going to be 3 lap lanes, and everybody will have enormous input. Second, the community of today is not the community I grew up with here. It's not the community of 72 years ago. And so I would submit that maybe, sort of what we end up with may not look exactly the same. To me, equity and accessibility truly being welcoming to all, which is not the case today. I mean, I can give you a small example of just taking a 4-year-old there this past summer and seeing that it was tough. Yes, she could play in the little kids' pool, but she wanted to get in the deeper water. And to get in the deeper water, there was no easy way to get into it. Either I had to put her in or she had to climb down the steps, and I had to get in with her, no other options. And if you sort of multiply that, put someone who may have a walker, or someone who is otherwise has some challenges, or parents who are not swimmers, who want their kids to be able to supervise their kids and have them get used to the water. I love City Park Pool. I grew up with it, and I can see that it needs some change. And I would also like to sort of channel the mayor, who's not here this evening, by saying that, like, when he talks about affordable housing, he says the ideal is, like, you build this big, beautiful building. He would say, I don't want to have fee in lieu. I don't want to go put my apartment somewhere else. I want to be part of it. I want to be able to get into that same pool as everyone else and experience it, and have the opportunity to enjoy it at the same time as everyone else can have deep water and lap lanes and all the rest of it. So I just come back to this is a concept, it's not a plan. I really would love to build trust. I'm very sorry that the sense is out there that this is the final plan, when it's not. That process would only start like a year from now. Start a year from now. So lots been said. I will end there.
I just wanted to thank you, everyone, for the fullness of your comments, and really recognizing how much people have been fighting for and advocating for what's going to be best for the community in their perspective, and for those who are using it. And I do want to reiterate that your voices count, and your voice, I mean, I'm taking notes like crazy. I have also read your emails. I'm getting, there's a ton of specific design elements that I think make so much sense. There's room for that. That's not what we're voting on right now. So I just wanted to mention that. One thing that actually I wanted to mention as well, that I think is important as we look for what will the pool that's going to last another 40, 50, 70 years, is that I think that what was very key about how the master plan evolved and the work that was done initially, which for those who didn't hear, it was an unusual ask to these consulting firms, because it said we are prioritizing equity and inclusivity and access, and we really want that to be a way in which you build as the foundation. And it reminds me, in fact, of an experience that's parallel. A colleague and I actually started Neighborhood Nests, which during the COVID was when students were sort of stayed in cohorts in their neighborhoods in order to get access to technology, help with school, et cetera, et cetera. And we worked with the school district to do this, which was completely overwhelmed and needed, and we're working 24/7 to make things right for students. But we were there to fill in gaps, because the plan was done with who's the majority. Who's the majority? Most everybody's got technology, they're fine. We don't have to worry about that. Most everybody speaks English. It's fine. And we've got some translation. It's fine. What we found was there were more glitches because the plan wasn't done with working from the margins inward. If we plan for taking care of everyone, if we plan for those who were in phase one, for those folks who never feel like or haven't been heard, haven't had a voice, don't go to the pool because they don't feel comfortable, don't go to rec services because they don't feel comfortable. Without taking that into account and building that in as part of how we think about what our plans for the future are, then we're actually going to cause and have to play catch up later on. This way, we're coming from the outset with saying, let's build with the idea of what does accessibility and equity look like, understanding that it's not necessarily going to be the same thing as what we've grown up with or what we're experiencing now. We have to look forward thinking and say, what aren't we accounting for? So I just wanted to point that out too. And actually, thank you very much, Councilor Weiner, because that made me think of it. Are there any additional thoughts? Are we ready to take a vote?
Yeah, there's a motion and seconded on the floor presently, yes.
Sorry, it's been a while.
I understand.
Roll call?
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Taylor.
No.
Thomas.
No.
Weiner.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes. Motion passes 4-2.
Good job, Taylor Thomas. Good job. Thank you for representing us.
You ain't never had no government cheese.
Okay, item 15, announcements of vacancies previous. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Board of Appeals, 2 vacancies to fill 5-year terms. 1 vacancy for a licensed plumber and 1 vacancy for an HBA representative or qualified but experience or training. Climate Action Commission, 3 vacancies to fill 3-year terms. Human Rights Commission, 3 vacancies to fill 3-year terms. Parks and Recreation Commission, 2 vacancies to fill 4-year terms. Public Art Advisory Committee, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Senior Center Commission, 2 vacancies to fill 3-year terms. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term, effective upon appointment. Application must be received by 5 o'clock Tuesday, October 25th, 2022. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, Iowa City Representative, 1 vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Jefferson Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. Our next item is City Council information, and I open it up to council members to report on various meetings attended, upcoming meetings, community events, and items of interest.
Last Saturday, I was fortunate enough to attend the ADA celebration, the Americans with Disabilities Act. 32 years. It's hard to imagine that it's been that long that since Senator Harkin, our own Senator Harkin, advocated for that. It was a great event, good vendors. The weather wasn't too bad, and it's in conjunction with October being actually the National Disability Employment Month. There were many vendors and a lot of speakers talking about what disability means to them, or disability access. And one thing that I wasn't aware of was our own county auditor, Travis Weipert, was there and spoke about trying to make voting access, which is a big topic now, easier for folks. And you don't always think about that, even folks that are blind, a friend of mine that is blind, and how the auditor's offices can make it easier for them to vote, and that was a great thing. And I think we talked about our nonprofits in the area earlier this evening, and we're just really fortunate in this county, in this community, to have so many nonprofits that work for people.
So I'd like to, so you mentioned voting. I'd just like to continue there. Early voting for the general election for the midterm starts tomorrow. You can find all the voting information you need at the website of the Johnson County Iowa Auditor, but you can vote 8 to 5 weekdays starting tomorrow, either in the auditor's office or drive through next to the Health and Human Services building. There will also be satellite voting at the Iowa Memorial Union tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., and at Purpose Place this coming Sunday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. But there's a full schedule of early voting on the website, and your interesting factoid is Johnson County has fully half of the satellite sites in the entire 1st District.
Wow.
Please vote.
So before our next meeting, we will have homecoming, as was mentioned by USG. So I understand the city will have some kind of presence in the parade on Friday evening. I'll be excited to hear or see what that is, and hope that some of us will be participating. I know I will. And on I just completely lost my train of thought getting excited thinking about the parade. Oh, I was thinking about joint entities from last night. So yes, we were in this room yesterday evening with the joint entities meeting. So it's always interesting because you never really know who's in charge or how those meetings are supposed to work. So thank you to our Mayor Pro Tem for running that meeting. And so it was helpful to get information about Pulse Point, which I know has been brought up in our meetings as well. So just encouraging folks to download the app for Pulse Point response, as well as Pulse Point AED, and learn more about that program. That was a very inspiring presentation. And also just that we're hoping to continue conversations about regional mobility and transportation in our area.
I would just like to give an expression of appreciation to the Interfaith Coalition for running the candidate forum that was on Saturday at the Purpose Place. They opened up doors for everyone from running from federal, state, into county. It was amazing. Deirdre DeGier stopped by, Christina Bohannon, a number of candidates, in fact. So it was a fantastic gathering, and it also just solidified how wonderful it is that there's satellite voting throughout the city, because this is one of the places that they're doing that. Anything else? Everybody's looking at me. Okay, so I have more to do. So staff, do you have any items to report?
Just related to that homecoming parade, which is the 28th of October, it would be helpful for our planning purposes if we knew you were in or out. So if you haven't responded yet, please let me know, and we'll get you accounted for. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thanks. City Attorney?
And nothing for me tonight. Thank you.
City Clerk?
And nothing from us, thanks.
All right, thank you. Can I get, is this right? Yeah. A motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.